Good morning. Due to the COVID-19 Committee of Adjustment, public hearings are being conducted electronically via WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to make their presentations to committee using WebEx webinar. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Attendees who registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by moderating the WebEx webinar platform, including sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx webinar who can be seen and heard are Larry Clay, Zahir Bayat, Yim Chan, and Peter Reed. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. And when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter directly into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to be adopted today?
Not at this meeting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Panel members and staff, are there any declarations for the morning session? No? No declarations? Okay. Are there any files to be closed this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have item from this morning's agenda, item number 6. It's 143 Rusholme Road, file number A0271/T22TEY. You have correspondence from the owner applicant requesting that the file be withdrawn. So we're looking for a motion.
Okay, I'm showing the agent. Do you have Mr. Henriquez on the line, just checking, or is he just listening in? So I don't show any other speakers for item 6, but I just want to make sure. No? Okay, that's fine then. Oh, I'm not sure. We need to delay. Can I continue without being on the
Yes, we have
camera?
correspondence, and
Yeah,
members have
okay.
it in their packages.
Okay, panel members, so item number 6, 143 Rusholme Road. So they've asked for a withdrawal of the application, so I'm going to need a motion. Mr. Bayat.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion for withdrawal of item number 6.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Chan? Okay, motion moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, the withdrawal motion carries.
And that's without
unanimously.
refund, no refund.
And that's without a refund. Mr. Bayat, just,
Perfect.
yeah, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'll just, any other closing of files or deferral requests this morning?
No, Madam Chair. We do have, however, deferral request for item number 5, 22 Pine Avenue.
Okay,
It's adjacent to item number 4, which I believe the agent wishes to proceed with this morning.
okay, so I think we'll just go in order, and we'll deal with it when we get to it then. How's things with the camera now? Okay, I'm going to proceed, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I don't think we need to delay. All right, the first item is item number 1, 13 Mansfield Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from planning, and I believe we also have a report, and that's in our supplemental agenda. They're asking to refuse variances 3, 4, and 5, plus a condition for screening on the 3rd floor balcony on the north and south sides. We have an engineering report asking for conditions, correspondence expressing concern and opposition from number 11, which is adjacent, as well as 264 Claremont Street. I'm not showing any speakers in attendance today. Do I have the agent on the line? Yeah, do you have Mr. West on the line?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. West, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Can you just state your name for the record?
Of course, my name is Simon West.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions for the agent? And I guess to the agent, you're aware of the planning report?
I am.
Okay. Any questions, panel members?
I'd like to address that planning report as well.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I would like to address that planning report
Okay,
as well.
just give me 1 second to see if there's any questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address the planning comments.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair.
Sorry to interrupt you. Honestly, I can barely hear you. I don't know, can you get closer to the mic, or?
I'm right on top of the mic.
Are you?
Can you hear me now?
No, you still sound like really distant.
Okay, let me see if I can do something about... Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Perfect. Okay.
If it matters, Chair, we can hear him quite well, I think.
Okay, great. Okay, go ahead, Mr. West. We'll
So I
start.
think the crux of the issue here is the report from planning staff with the refusal of variances 3, 4, and 5. Just before I get into those variances, I can eliminate 2 of the items. Item 1, which is rear yard landscaping, and item 6, which has to do with bicycle parking. I can remove both of those as I can meet those variances now.
Okay, so variance 1 and 6, you're deleting.
Correct.
Okay.
So the main issue here, obviously, is item number 3, 4, and 5 that the city is refusing. The city is looking at this project as a two-story laneway. So the way the zoning works is a 1-story rear laneway is allowed to be built 5 meters setback from the rear of the house, and a 2-story is allowed to be built at 7.5 meters with a 45-degree angle plane occurring at the 7.5 meter setback, angling up to 45 degrees with a maximum height of 6 meters. So what we have is we have an existing garage, which is 4.44 meters away from the rear of the house, not meters. And our height of that rear wall is 4.23 meters or 4.16 meters, which is the average between the high side and the low side of the rear of the house. It transitions then from the 1-story, or what is the appearance of a 1-story. Actually, if you could you possibly go to drawing A6, which is the last drawing of the file? And this drawing actually is very helpful to the members to understand what it is I'm trying to do, which in theory is a staggered approach with the design, similar to what the City of Toronto uses with a lot of their larger buildings on, which back onto stable neighborhoods, for example. So as you can see my 1-story building, which is 4.44 meters away from the rear of the house, and it is 4.23 meters in height. Then it travels along as a flat roof, appearing as a 1-story laneway, and then at 7.5 meters, which is where the 2nd story is allowed to be built if you're building a 2-story home. At 4.28 meters, I angle up at a 45-degree angle to 6 meters in height. So what I've attempted to do here is actually try and do a staggered approach. And what this does is it allows sunlight to travel on either side of this laneway suite, so that the rear yard has a privacy and a light. There are no windows on the back of this house other than a doorway off the back of the house, which is sunken into the ground 4 feet below ground, or 1.2 meters below ground, which allows us the appearance of the 2-story in a section, but as far as a visual, it only looks like a 1-story at the rear, which is what we already have with the existing garage. The city is looking at this as being a 2-story home, setback of 4.44 meters, whereas we look at it as being a 1-story transitioning to a 2-story at 4.4 meters and 7.5 meters, which is where a 2-story is allowed to be built. And there's also another small point from the staff report. They would like a rear balcony at the main house on the 2nd story. That's not a problem either. Yeah, and there's going to be opaque screening, of course, on either side, but typical as to how you would like privacy built on any balconies. Regarding the ECS report, the city has asked for at-grade storage of garbage. They're asking for 3 meters by 1 meter by 1.5 meters tall. We can provide 1.54 meters by 0.93 meters by 1.5 for garbage if we use the smaller bins. The 3 meters obviously is for the large full-size bins, which, considering this is only a 1-bedroom home, we actually don't need that much garbage. The city is also asking for a private pathway for the garbage to be taken from the rear of the house through the laneway to the street. So if you actually go to the site plan, which is the first drawing.
Mr. West, you're almost at 5.5 minutes. I need you to wrap up.
Okay. So I can take care of all of the ECS reports issues that have come up. That's not a problem. The two bicycles will go inside the laneway, and that's pretty much it. Do you have some questions for me?
Well, let me see if members have any questions after hearing, your comments.
Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. West? Ms. Chan?
There's one question. Is the same drawing on the screen. The basement, there's like a stair going down to the basement of. Is the setback measured from the main wall of the neighboring house, or this the wall of the stair?
No, it's measured to the main wall of the unit and the main wall of the house. So that wall is just a retaining wall that you're referring to. I'm not too. Okay, that's what I thought. That is the setback from the stair. So it sticks out even more, right? The stairs from the main wall. Yeah, which is not a zoning issue at all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Let's take it into committee. Ms. Chan?
Yeah, I can start with a couple of comments. It is a tough case, and I can see why the planning department sees it in a very different way, because if you look at it as a two-story, and also with the refusal of the 3 variants, it means that they do not think this fit into the laneway house bylaw, really, right? But given the design and the explanation by the designer, and also the plan, I think that it is carefully thought out. And if you look at the drawings we just seen, this compared to the what they allow to build, it's only just a little bump up at the back, facing the laneway. And I think that the design can fit in this site. That's my opinion.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah.
Mr. Clay and then Mr. Bayat.
Yeah, I thought that the applicant has done a creative approach to try and fit the laneway house onto this lot. Having said that, it is a very small lot, and the laneway house, the distance of separation between the actual house and the laneway is really quite short. Even though they have took great pains to step it back a little bit on the second story, it still crosses the 45-degree plane. And I commend the applicant for trying to do this, but my own view is I think it's just a little bit too big for the size of the lot. So I'm kind of leaning towards supporting planning's recommendation on this one.
Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, I think I generally tend to lean towards directions and recommendations from the planning staff department. I also agree that design looks very interesting, but I think one of the points that is made in the planning report is that the notion of setting a precedent. It's creative, but then the planning report date I think was the 12th of August, if I'm not mistaken, so it's fairly recent. The explanations that were presented to us by the agent, my question would be, could that discussion not have taken place with planning earlier to figure out exactly what is permissible? So I also find this one a little difficult to support.
Mr. Reid?
Thanks. I agree with Yim. I think this is, it is complicated, but I think that the applicant has made an effort to make a nuanced approach here. And I think the fact that it's half sunken on the first level does really go towards addressing the issue of height and step back. And also the fact that there is an existing garage there and what's being proposed that doesn't comply with the angular plane is really quite minor. So I think it's supportable, and I'll be supporting it.
Okay. Does anybody want to move a motion? Mr. Reid?
Sure. I'll move a motion for approval of the application as amended. So that's with variances 1 and 6 being removed. Subject to the community planning recommendation of the opaque screening on the main house, and subject to the engineering and construction services conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion, Ms. Chan? Okay, all in favor? Okay, so that motion does not carry. Okay, I'll need another motion. Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion to refuse variances 3, 4, and 5 of this application as amended, as the application amended, also including engineering conditions, but basically it's a refusal of those 3 variances as per Planning Department's suggestion.
Okay, and also the screening recommendation. So you're basically adopting the recommendations in the planning report, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I
Yeah.
just make a comment? If you really look at what the applicants already deleting variance number 1 and 6, and you're refusing 3, 4, 5, and left with 2, and that's not a project really, right? I think we should just refuse.
Well, that's the motion that's on the floor right now. Is there a seconder for that motion? Mr. Clay? All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. So basically the, where am I now? So it's refusing 3, 4, 5. So yeah, so the only variance that's approved is number 2. Okay? So the motion was moved by Mr. Bayat and seconded by Mr. Clay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry? Yeah, and Peter and Yim, they didn't vote for it. Okay, thank you. Item number 2, 96 Jameson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, actually 2 of them. One was in our supplemental report. We have a notice of preliminary approval regarding rental housing demolition permit. We have email correspondence from planning asking to tie it to the revised plans. Transportation have no concerns. And there was opposition from a resident. No address was provided, and that was in our supplemental agenda. I'm only showing the agent as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Andy Verhill from AVA Design Studio, and I'm the agent for this application.
Okay, good morning. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay?
Just a quick one. You're proposing to renovate the basement into a number of additional units. Can I just ask about storage? Do you currently provide storage facilities for tenants, and would you be continuing to do that?
So there are in this building there are no existing locker or storage units for any of the tenants.
Oh. Okay, so just out of curiosity and following, where do they, so they don't have any facility to store any of their belongings?
That is correct. The existing spaces within the building footprint are just empty, vacant spaces, management storage.
So what's in the basement right now?
So right now there's like for the superintendent, he's got a maintenance room, which we are providing a smaller management storage room for where old appliances, things like that. So that's what's in those spaces currently.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I read in your covering letter that you had been negotiating with planning, so there's a seating area in the lobby that's supposed to be amenity space. Is that going to change variance number 1 at all, or is that just sort of an agreement?
So we added 7 square meters of amenity space.
Okay, so
And we have an updated zoning notice for that.
okay, so I need you then to officially amend the variance here, because right now it's still for no indoor or outdoor amenity space on variance number 1.
Okay.
Okay, so you're amending it then to be 7 square meters?
Correct.
Okay.
And we can provide the new zoning notice for that. Oh, we did submit that already.
Yeah, it's just that the notice that went out and the notice we have before us is not the zoning notice, it's the actual notice that was sent out. So we just need you to do what you just did, which is to officially amend it.
Okay, we'll do
All right.
that.
Okay, panel members, do you have any other questions? Okay, so we're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything that you want to add? The members don't have any questions. Are you there, or did I lose you?
Oh, yes. Oh, no, sorry. We have
Yeah.
nothing to add.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's take it into committee, panel members. So we're looking at the application as amended, variance number 1, 7 meter square. Mr. Reed.
I'm happy to move a motion. I think this is a very reasonable request, and it's making a more efficient use of an existing building and adding residential units. And that doesn't come at the expense of the existing tenants, as we've heard that this is basically unused space. So I move a motion to approve the application as amended, and subject to the community planning condition of tying it to plans to ensure the indoor amenity space.
Are you
Is that-
seconding, Ms. Chan? Yeah, okay, so motion to approve the application as amended with variance number 1, providing 7 meter square amenity space, and the planning condition, which is to tie it to the revised plans received on August 3rd. All in favor? And that's moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Chan. Okay, that carries unanimously.
That's all the plans? The amenity spaces on one of the drawings. I don't know that you need underground parking, but if it's
just
all
looking-
drawings, it's all drawings.
Okay. As long as it covers the amended 7 square meters. Okay, so that's fine. So item number 3 is 95 Chester Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a declaration of use from the owner, and correspondence in support from number 62 Arundel Avenue. I don't show any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Human. You've been unmuted.
Mr. Riahi, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Riahi?
Hi, Mr. Rihai. You need to unmute yourself.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Can you identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
Sure. My name is Human Riahi. I'm the agent and the designer.
Okay.
Project.
Panel members, we have two variances before us. Do you need a presentation? If not, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat.
Just a question. The purpose of the application says that to legalize. I was just trying to figure out what was it that was not legal and is now wanting to be required to be legalized.
Where everything is legal. The thing is that this is the existing house, and the only changes actually on the third floor. There are two pieces of pitch roof at the back of the third floor that we are going to strain those ones to the wall to fit to use the space inside to the best usage, and just a little bit of change, but according and all the walls are lined up and roof lines to the actually the setbacks are the same as before, but kind of the calculations we get to the point that the side setback to the I can say the eaves are smaller than allowed, but exactly the same as before. That's what I can say. But there's nothing illegal there or anything like that.
So again, just so why would the purpose indicate to legalize if there's nothing that was not illegal?
It's zoning, kind of a zoning terms. I have no idea.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is an order to comply on this property for construction without a building permit.
Yeah, I think that's, Mr. Ria, I think the question was, you know, was a third-story addition built and the front porch roof as well as roof alterations, was that done without building permits? I think that was Mr. Bayat's question.
Well, that's, I don't know. I don't know. It's out of my knowledge. If
Okay.
it's,
So
yeah.
you just came on the file, is that what you're saying?
That's right. It's just a little renovation to the back of the third floor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But regardless, having the application, it could be legal with this application, I guess.
Well, yeah, that's why you're here, right?
Right.
Just to, okay. All right.
Right.
Any other questions, panel members?
Chair, just so
Yeah.
we understand it, so it looks like from the plans that a third story was constructed, presumably with a building permit, and now they want to make a little change to the rear of that, which they need now approval, which they haven't gotten a permit for. I think that's what I'm hearing the agent say. It's not, I don't think it's the whole third floor. It's the rounding off of the end of it, it sounds like to me.
I'm not sure. Sylvia, what does the order specify?
I just quickly looked at it. It was construction without a building permit. I didn't look at the details, and it's from 2020.
Okay. Ms. Chan, did you have a question?
My question is everything is already finished or built, right? That's just to clarify that, because what
Yeah.
Larry,
There's an order on
okay.
it, so it's built. Any other questions? Okay, sir, is there anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision on this?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a very, very minor changes to change the very high pitch little roof at the back, and we straightened it up and made it as a wall, like a wall. So to be actually to be able to use that little dead space at the bottom of those little triangles. So and the best use of the space. That's what I can.
Okay, sir, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's take it into committee, panel members. Ms. Chan?
Yeah, I think despite all the questions, we just like to know what's been built or what. But given the two variances, and also what they are, I think it's pretty minor in nature, and I'm in support of that. I don't think there are any conditions needed.
No. Did you wanna, is that a motion or?
It's, yes, there's a motion, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Clay, you're seconding?
I am Chair, but I wonder if we could add in the minutes just a reference that the committee doesn't condone works being done without a building permit.
Yeah, staff will note that in the minutes, Mr. Clay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the application moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 4. And we have the same agent, I believe, for item 4 and 5. So item number 4 is 24 Pine. Item number 5 is 22 Pine. So for number 24, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan, floor plan, and elevations, a revised zoning waiver. We have a covering letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent. We have a staff report from forestry asking for condition number 2. Planning is recommending refusal. That's in our supplemental agenda. We have 26 form letters in support, including number 26, which is adjacent. And I'm going to go ahead. Can I do both at the same time, or do you think we should do separately?
One is for a deferral request. Maybe do that one first.
Okay. So the second one is 22 Pine, which is, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report. We have a deferral request from the agent. We have a staff report from planning, again recommending refusal. And we have the same form letters in support that include actually both, I believe, both neighbors, 20 and 26, to both of these properties. So do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Eldon Theodore from MHBC, representing both 22 and 24 Pine.
Sir, you're speaking on behalf of the owners?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So do you want to we'll deal with the deferral first then?
Yes.
Okay, so that's item number 5 for 22 Pine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why do you want a deferral on this one?
So my client and their architect have been in constant communication since submitting the application, particularly over the last 2 weeks, responding to concerns with staff as it relates to density. And we recognize that while we do have community support for the application, we're almost there with planning staff, and we just want to take the time to achieve planning support on the matter of density so that we get it right before we come back to the committee. So we're respectfully requesting deferral the application to the next available meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, so for item number 5, which is 22 Pine, the applicant is, or the agent's asking for a deferral as outlined, the reasons just now. So let's take it into committee and make a decision on the deferral. Ms. Chan?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for the deferral. It seems that the planning department and the applicant has still got some work to do. So I will move a motion to defer this item.
Okay, and Mr. Bayat, you're seconding?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so motion to defer moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat on item number 5, 22 Pine. All in favor? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Okay, let's now go to item number 4, which is 24 Pine Avenue. And Mr. Theodore, you don't want a deferral on this one? You want to go ahead with this one?
That's right, Madam Chair. And for item of clarity, the revised plans that are included in the package, what seems to not be included is communication from planning that indicates that based on the revisions that they are now in support of the application.
Yeah,
And that's,
I haven't seen that. Staff, have you seen anything?
I think that's in their extremely late file.
Okay,
was an
just
email
give us a minute to check, because the panel, we've only seen the refusal reports. We haven't seen anything that supersedes it from staff. So just give us a second.
sure.
Chair, just for confirmation, in our supplementary, the staff report recommending refusals dated August 10th, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I have written down here. Yep.
Okay.
That's the communication right there.
And that's dated the next day, the 11th. So I'm just curious why.
I'm happy to explain that.
Yeah, actually,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
kind of talking to myself, because I'm just curious
Okay.
why planning didn't send something out other, to say that to negate the refusal report. I'm just a little confused. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we take this as superseding the report? I mean, I did see this, but
Well, planning does say that they haven't seen the revised plans, and I believe the revised plans came in just yesterday as well to our office. I think they're in the supplementary package.
yeah, they are. Okay, so basically, they're asking us to decide, from what I see there, it says, right in the email. Okay. All right. So there you have it, panel members. So we have the revised plans. We got them late yesterday in the supplemental, and it appears planning is okay with those. So, all right. Mr. Theodore, do you want to add something?
I absolutely do.
Okay, go ahead.
So just for clarity, the revised plans are a product of my client deciding to no longer convert the garage into a habitable space. What that does is it effectively removes the need for variance number 4, and it reduces the density in variance number 1, which was previously 1.2 to 1.07. And we provided a waiver for convenience to demonstrate what that revised list of variances would be. All the other variances remain the same, but we brought down the density, which was one of the principal concerns, and we removed the conversion of the garage, which brought in issues as it relates to the parking, which is no longer a driveway, and front field. All those existing conditions remain the same. So as a result, the application principally, and when you look at it and you take a step back, and as in the presentation included in the package, is really an additional story that's 7.5 meters set back from Pine Avenue. And it's to provide additional housing opportunity in a building that, for all intents and purposes, is 4.5 meters wide. It's a half of a semi-detached unit. The only way to provide for additional housing and additional living space, particularly during the pandemic from working at home, is to go up in a dwelling like this. And my client has tried to do that sensitively, and we came to a point in which staff are now comfortable that we're achieving a density that is not, that will not be out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, so the notice that we have before us that was mailed out for this
Yes.
item, are you amending are you removing a variance and changing one?
That's correct. I'm
Okay,
removing
so can you
variance
just-
number 4,
Okay, so variance number 4 is deleted,
correct?
okay? And then I think I heard you were changing another one.
Variance number 1
Uh-huh,
is being reduced.
okay,
Rather than 1.2 FSI, it is 1.07 FSI.
right,
And rather than 270.4 square meters, it is now 239.79 square meters.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, excuse me, 243 square meters. Sorry, I read the.
okay, no worries.
wrong one.
243 even, right?
Correct. And so when we provided the updated plans, nothing changed in terms of built form, location of matters. All it really did was update the floor plan to show that that is no longer going to be a bedroom. And it updated the statistics to show the correct FSI now, given that we're no longer utilizing the basement as living space. So those were the only changes. In case the committee wanted to tie the decision to the plans, we wanted to ensure that those plans were available. But those are the discussions that we had with Sean Gunther and planning that led to that level of comfort in providing that email and support for the application going forward.
Okay. Ms. Chan, you have a question?
Oh, yes, just to clarify, but the front elevation will be also altered, right? That be revised or not?
The front elevation, the ones that are available in the package, yes, it would be revised because it no longer shows a door and window. It shows the existing garage.
Okay, so we're going to tie it to the elevation too, right? So,
Correct.
okay, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Clay?
Yeah, so just curious. You obviously represent the next door neighbor, and we've deferred that. And it looks like the plans sort of mirror each other for these two properties. Is the expectation, without putting words in your client's mouth, is the expectation that similarly, because the planning staff had the same concern with the adjoining property with respect to FSI. So would your expectation be when you come back that you would have a similar change to the variances?
For you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Clay, yes, the expectation is that we would modify that proposal to bring the FSI down. The expression of the bill form may be different, but a similar or FSI range that also provides for a bill form that doesn't look like it's 4 stories from the street, but still achieves a similar density is the hope. And that's where we're close.
Mr.
Okay.
Bayat? Oh, sorry, Mr. Clay, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the purpose, the last sentence or the second sentence in the purpose also need to be altered, amended, changed? The portion that says to convert the existing attached garage into a habitable space?
That would be correct, yes.
So we're removing the into habitable space part?
That's correct.
Okay.
So would that read also to construct an ancillary building? And the portion that reads to convert the existing attached garage into habitable space be deleted?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I think we're ready to take this into committee then.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I think the owner wanted to speak.
No, I asked if this, if Mr. Theodore was speaking on behalf of the owners, and he said,
But they're right.
yes, are they? Mr. Theodore, like I'm showing the owners would like to speak, but I asked you at the start, and you're speaking on behalf of the owners?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if the owners would like to speak, they have the right to speak.
Okay, are they on the line?
You know what I mean? So,
Hi, Bart. You can turn on your video if you wish.
I can't hear you at all if you're there.
it really depends where that is. So, like, let's say it's in Calgary, right? Yeah.
Hello?
You're 20 minutes away or half hour away. Yeah. So you basically would pay,
Can you
if it's 150 bucks an
somebody
hour,
else
freight rate,
because
75
he's
bucks.
clearly
It
on the
costs you to
phone.
get it there.
Hello? Mr. Theodore? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hi, well, you heard that, you know, the owner, Mr. Bart, appears to be on another call and doesn't really know that he was unmuted. Is there any way you can call him in like the next 60 seconds to find out? Because we're ready to go into committee to make a decision and.
Madam
We
Chair,
have
I think you should proceed.
I'm sorry?
I think you should proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I know you're busy.
Yeah, we have a really quite a long agenda, so panel members, we're ready to take this into committee. Any comments? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I think with the amendments to the application, it becomes supportable. I think the main concern in terms of the character from staff was the garage issue into habitable space, but I think the remainder of the variances being requested are minor and have very little impact because of the way it's being masked. So I'm going to move approval of the application as amended. That's with the amended purpose, and variance 4 deleted, and variance 1 reduced to 1.07 times, and also subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Okay, and tying it to plans and the purpose being amended with the removal of the part about converting the existing attached garage to habitable space, and also just to add to the variance 1, 1.07, which equals 243 meters square. So you
That's
okay
right.
with those things? Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Chan. Or did you want to say something, Yim? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yes, but I think that we agreed to tie it to the front elevation too. Yeah.
Okay, so tying it to plans and elevations. Okay, so the motion is moved by Mr. Reed, removing variance number 4. Variance 1 is now amended to 1.07 times, which equals 243 meters squared. Forestry condition number 2. The purpose has been amended to remove the part about conversion to habitable space, and we're tying it to plans and elevations. And that's moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Chan, correct? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 7, which is 82 Forest Hill Road. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report prepared by Lakeshore Tree Services, presentation materials from the applicant. We have a revised tree inventory and protection plan from Lakeshore Tree Services. And we have a report, a staff report from engineering asking for conditions. And again, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can I do 7 and 8 together? Okay, so number 8 is 80 Forest Hill, which is adjacent. We have also before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have the same arborist report and revised tree inventory and tree protection plan. We have presentation materials from the agent. And again, we have an engineering report asking for conditions. Now, bear with me 1 second here. Okay, so we have the same agent representing both properties. Do I have the agent on the line?
Mr. Bronskill here as agent for both of these applications.
Good morning. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this? Do you have questions from Mr. Clay? Do you have questions for Mr. Bronskill?
Yeah, just a quick question, David. So a little bit of description here might be helpful. Have you already obtained a consent?
Through you, Madam Chair, the consent is in front of, I shouldn't say it that way, sorry. Let me say it slightly differently. The consent application has been filed. It's a lot adjustment, so it's technically delegated to the Secretary Treasurer. So it is with the committee as part of a package here of the applications. And so it is going through at this time. The FSIs that are before the panel for both of these would reflect that lot adjustment. And so I think should the committee see fit to grant these variances and then the lot adjustment is approved, everything would then nicely go hand in hand.
Right, so, but the committee today isn't being asked to approve the consent. That's a delegated approval, is it?
Correct, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I know you can't see Sylvia, and she's nodding her head, Mr. Clay, so they have it. So just to let you know. All right, any other questions, panel members?
And Madam Chair, I would only note we've seen the engineering conditions and have no concerns.
Okay. I don't have any more questions from the panel, Mr. Bronskill, so we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Panel member, Ms. Chan, did you have a question or?
I just have a very quick question because you the both the length and the depth of the buildings you're asking almost more than twice. Can you just tell us where it's measured from so I have an idea? What?
Yes, through Madam Chair. What we've done in the materials before you for both of the files is we have given you the numbers, the quantitative length approvals that have been given within the area. And there are, frankly, a significant number. I think more importantly to your question through you, Madam Chair, is qualitatively what is happening here on the site. If I can take you, for example, just for 82 Forest Hill, page 4 of the presentation, what the architect included, and it's a bit cluttered, but we unfortunately don't have a better way of doing it, is you'll see that the depth and length are actually measured underground to the basement at the back of the porches. This is the same for both of them. And so on the page 4 of the 82 presentation, that's it. Thank you, staff. You can see starting on the left, length of basement floor 27.02, depth of basement floor 26.16. What the architects helpfully added was length of ground floor 21.69. So above grade, what you're seeing at the ground floor is a length of 21.69 and a depth of 20.82. The second floor then matches that. And then once you get up to the third floor, the length is down to 15.52 and the depth is down to 16.28. Both of the presentation packages through you, Madam Chair, include a similar description so that you can see the length and depth is for the excavated basement below the deck or porches out the back. And then there's frankly much less length and depth for the actual house structure above grade.
Thank you. That's a really good explanation. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we're back in committee. Any comments?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
For the record, there is a registered speaker, but I'm unable to get in contact with her.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're unable to reach the speaker. So we're back in committee. Any comments? Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll start this one off, Chair. This is obviously a neighborhood in an area with large lots, large homes, deep lots, and I don't think the proposed construction of 2 new homes along the lines as being proposed would cause any kind of negative impact on this area. We're seeing these kinds of redevelopments more frequently, I think, with older homes, and it's probably cheaper to tear down an older home and rebuild a new one. I thought the design was quite reasonable. It's one that we've seen more frequently lately, where the length is largely either underground or related to an open room in the rear. So I don't think that's out of character with what we're seeing. I think the minor increases in height and other things, again, can be fairly well absorbed by the nature of the housing stock in this neighborhood. So I think this is a supportable application, and if my colleagues agree, I'm happy to move a motion to that effect.
Okay, Ms. Chan?
Yes, there is an engineering report recommending two conditions.
Yeah.
So are
Yeah.
we including those? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't. I just wanted to make sure everyone else agreed before I moved. But if everyone does, I'm
Yeah.
happy to
Go ahead.
move.
I agree with your analysis, and also that's why I asked for clarification. There is the length that sticks out, and then it is now I understand it's only an underground length.
Chair, would you like us to do both at the same time, or would you do
Yes,
them
Mr.
separately?
Clay, go ahead. The engineering report is dated the 24th of May for both of them, so go ahead.
I
Mr.
know
Reed,
Peter
Mr. Reed, hang on, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I did have a comment. And sorry to get in your way there, Larry, but I understand, yeah, we've seen a lot of applications very similar to this. And my issue with this application is the length and depth. And it's not just the portion below grade. It is this at grade outdoor room, which is outdoor technically, outdoors, but it does read as a portion of the house. And that's my concern, is that it's a continual structure that goes all the way back to the length and depth that is being requested. And so I don't agree with Larry in this context. I think that the length and depth is a bit overbearing, even though this is a pattern of redevelopment. I think that it fundamentally changes the backyard character of the neighborhood. So I won't be supporting it.
Okay, Mr. Clay, back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate that. I will move a motion to approve both 82 and 80 Forest Hill, subject to the engineering conditions which are applicable to each.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, so there's no seconder for the motion to approve the application? Okay. So we need another motion. Mr. Reed?
Thanks. I just wanted to also say I don't have an issue with the consent that's being pursued. I think that makes a lot of sense and is supportable. But that's not before us. Given my concerns that I've explained already about the length and depth and the impacts that they have, I move refusal of item number 7 and 8.
Okay, so I have a motion to refuse the applications moved by Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that motion carries, and myself and Mr. Clay are dissenting. So the entire application's refused? It looks, yeah, both of them. Okay. So the application is refused on number 7 and number 8. Okay, just give me 1 second here. Okay. The next item is item number 9, 26 Albany Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have presentation materials from the agent, correspondence in support that was actually rescinded from the Annex Residents Association. Their concern is with the paving, and they would like 50% permeable pavers and some plantings in the back. Do I have the agent on the line?
Neil Ironside. I'm the architect for the project.
Okay, can you speak to the concerns about the paving in the back, and can you speak up a bit? We can't hear you hardly.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, the variance number 1 and number 3, I think, are fairly straightforward. You know, it's a large house and a small lot, and in order to provide for a 2-car parking garage, those variances kind of automatically are created. The landscaped open space is an existing condition. It's a 4-unit apartment converted into an original house. And each of those units benefits from having a parking space so that there isn't additional on-street parking. The neighborhood is you know, you can see from the photographs that have been provided, an example, the immediate neighbor to the south, his backyard is totally turned over to parking. The opportunity to build a garage means we'll be providing safe storage for a couple of vehicles, as well as some of the accessory, like bicycle storage, garbage storage, and in that respect, neatening up the property. There's not any real possibility to provide parking and landscaped open space on such a tight lot. You can see that there's only 36 feet between the face of the garage and the back of the building. That's basically what you need for maneuvering space to the garage. So the client, my client, did speak with the neighborhood association and reviewed the situation, and the neighborhood association has accepted that that's a reasonable variance in this condition.
Yeah, actually, they did originally, and they've rescinded it, so they sent in another letter that they don't support the variance. But is there nothing you can do with that? I understand the parking constraints, and is there no permeable, like there's those pavers that allow, you know, soft scape kind of through it? Is there nothing like that you can do back there?
Not without creating an undue burden on this client. You know, it's I don't want to say token, but it would be a very small contribution to a very large problem. Mm-hmm. And so I feel that this particular applicant would be penalized. I mean, everybody would agree with the goal, and I think, you know, if there were opportunity to create outdoor space because tenants no longer needed parking, I'm sure that would happen. But under the present conditions where tenants need parking, this is and it's an existing situation that wouldn't be improved by denying the applicant the variance.
Okay, panel members, do you have any other questions for the agent, Ms. Chan?
Yeah, I'm just curious, this question, the existing backyard is already used for parking.
Yes, and it has been for 30 years.
Yeah, I don't understand what the need to build a garage.
It's to provide, you know, it's to provide security for the cars, weather protection for the cars. It's to provide a space for garbage, bicycle storage. It neatens up the backyard appearance.
So the number of parking space will be reduced to 2, right? And the rest of the existing parking will be reduced. They're not going to be used, the backyard to be as parking? They only use the garage?
Sorry, the purpose is to have...
What I'm trying to say is that the existing backyard is just all asphalt. It seems that they use the whole backyard as parking space. My question is, when you construct a new garage which contains 2 parking spaces, and the rest of the existing backyard is going to be used as parking space or recreation space?
Parking space. So it requires the cooperation of the other tenants in order to move cars in and out.
Also, it will provide a driveway to the garage, and then the rest will be still parking space. Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant is also lives in the property. So one of those cars is the applicant's car. There are real security concerns about cars left out in the open. It's not ideal.
Yes, I think our main concern is the lack of soft landscaping, or as like the next best probably has some kind of permeable paving in the area. I think that's what we are talking about.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the photographs show the neighbor's property, which has the six cars in it. Our property is the one which shows just the 2 cars. That's the neighbor's property on the screen right now, and that is the on the screen now is number 26 backyard, and the number of cars varies. You can see the neighbor to the north, who has no objection to this proposal, and would actually benefit from having a garage.
Okay, thank you.
It's a mutual drive.
Mr. Clay?
Yeah, just you may not know this, but it is all asphalt back there, except for, I guess, the guy who's got the basketball court there. Maybe that's all hardscape as well. But do you have any sense of which way the water drains? So there's a water pool back there. Does it flow towards the street? Does it? I see you've got a subway station in behind this property as well. Just, when it rains heavy, frankly, do your client really know what happens to the water?
I just got a message from the client. They say that no water pools there, so I presume the water eventually makes its way to the street.
Right, and so when you're constructing the new garage, are you putting it basically right on top of the existing pavement, or are you excavating?
The garage floor would be approximately the same level as the current asphalt.
Right. So I guess what I'm asking is, if you were going to be tearing it up anyways, we would probably say maybe you could replace it with permeable pavers. But if you're not tearing it up, I guess that's not an opportunity for us.
That's right. We would just be doing a saw cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. I understand the applicant's concerns about not putting undue kind of onus on the client, but I'm wondering to the applicant if you had considered a green roof as kind of a way to soften the impact of this site as a whole.
That has been considered. It's a matter of economics at some point. As a rental property, green roofs are $15 to $20 a square foot, and it's a substantial, as well as the structural improvements that would be required to carry it. That it was discussed, and it's not really feasible in a rental property at this point.
Any other questions? Mr. Bayat?
Just a comment rather than a question, and it's comes back to the same issue, soft landscaping. I understand the notion of not having any undue burden on the applicant, but here's an opportunity to do something very positive. Conditions, I think, with regard to rainfall and drainage are not going to get better. They'll probably get worse. So if there's an opportunity to mitigate at this stage rather than wait until it's a crisis later on, and flooding issues that may have a greater impact on the applicant at some point in the future, I think this is an opportunity to, yes, it may be an additional burden, but this may be something to consider now rather than waiting until later. So I find it very hard to support zero soft landscaping when there's an opportunity to make some changes.
We do have the Residents Association, which has now supported it, and drainage hasn't been an issue, and I don't think we can look forward to the property to the south being, having the same remedial work done on it in the near future. So, I think, we all agree with the larger philosophical questions, but I think the application before us is one of practicality, and with the situation we have, we're just simply looking to cover 2 cars in an existing condition.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I'd just like to make one comment, responding to just the previous comment. I do not think that we're trying to increase the soft landscaping or the overall planning strategy is a philosophical ideal. It's actually a very practical approach. And I find it also very difficult. If they actually attempt to even make 5% of the backyard as soft landscaping, I can support this. I find it hard to approve zero landscaping at the back. If I'm going to agree, so maybe we can refuse variance number 1.
Anyone else? Mr. Reed?
I agree with Yim. I think this is, I understand it's a built condition and what is being proposed would not essentially change that. But I do, we have to remember that we look at this, these applications not as if they were being built newly, right? So I don't see how I can support a 0% rear yard.
Yeah, I think we all agree, Chair, that I don't think anyone wants to necessarily create an undue financial burden on applicants, and there are numerous cases where rear yards are completely covered by concrete or asphalt, and I don't think we can address all of them. But when an application does come before this committee seeking that kind of a variance, it is an opportunity for us to try and at least move the yardstick a little bit. I don't have the right solution, whether it's a green roof or putting even a strip or a little bit of either soft or permeable materials in there, I think would help. I think had we seen something before us which would have attempted to try and address that issue, we might have been a little bit more sympathetic. But I think 0% landscaping isn't acceptable. And while this client is going to bear a bit of that burden, it's kind of something that we should be thinking about applying in just about every case when we see something like this. There are ways to move the needle just a little bit, and maybe we should be hoping that people would try to do that. So I think it's unfortunate, given it's an existing condition, but I think a little bit of an attempt to try and address this might have gone a long way.
Okay, I just want to, 2 things. I actually agree with everything that's been said, 0 landscaping, and I understand it's an existing condition, but as Ms. Chan said, just even to put in a little bit, I mean, if you're bringing in equipment to put in a garage floor, I don't know why you couldn't make a strip of landscaping somewhere or put some of those pavers in. I do also want to add that I misread my notes, so the Ratepayers Association, the Annex Residents Association, did rescind their original opposition letter after having spoken to the owner, and they are doing so because it's an existing condition, and they understood that the neighbors didn't object. So I just wanted to correct what I said earlier. Okay, any So if there are no other comments, then I'll need a motion. Ms. Chan and then Mr. Bayat.
Okay. I would like to move a motion to approve to refuse variance number 1.
Number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2
I'm sorry.
for landscaping?
I'm sorry. Yeah, number 2, yes. And approve the rest.
Okay, Mr. Bayat, are you seconding that?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay, so I have a motion to refuse variance number 2 and approve variances 1 and 3, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, thank you. The next item is item number 10, which is 512 Queen Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property. We have a report from community planning. They're asking for several conditions, and that report's dated August 12th. We have correspondence in opposition from 514 Queen Street, which is adjacent, as well as 516 and 37 Woolsey Street. And I am showing one person speaking in opposition. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
I can now. There seems to be, say something else. There was a bit of an echo.
Well, my name is David Drouet.
Okay.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, there's a really bad echo. Do you have something going in the background by any chance?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you speaking on behalf of the owner of Bar Karma also, or?
I'm speaking on behalf of Drupan Enterprises Limited.
Okay. All right, so then I have 2 speakers listed. So if you can do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is David Drouet, and my brother and I have owned the building at 512 Queen Street West since 1985. Our tenant, Bar Karma, signed a 10-year lease with us in February of 2020, just before the start of the pandemic. The business was closed for most of 2020 and 2021 until recently in 2022 when they were allowed to open. During that time, they renovated the backyard into a patio in order to take advantage of the Cafe TO and Ontario government patio extension programs and at least have some patio business occasionally. We recently discovered that zoning and building department permits are required for patios on private properties. Allowing the backyard of 512 Queen Street West to be converted from a parking and garbage area to a patio is a good idea for a number of reasons. The patio fits into the neighborhood, providing extra outdoor space where people can relax and enjoy a meal or a drink in a comfortable and safe outdoor setting. The City of Toronto's population is expected to grow to roughly 3.5 million people over the next decade, which is a 30% increase over today's population. The downtown west ward of Spadina-Fort York has one of the fastest growth rates of any city ward, and it continues to experience high intensification and condominium development. There are many bars and restaurants nearby on Queen Street, stretching down Portland Street and along King Street. The patio at 512 Queen fits into Toronto's official plan, as this downtown west area is an entertainment district, drawing large crowds every night. Providing more safe outdoor space to offer the public can only be a good thing. A backyard patio at this location should be allowed, since there are 9 other properties along the Queen West Strip from Bathurst to Lansdowne that are similar to 512, and they are restaurant bars that have patios in their backyards with residential zoning that is not 30 meters away. There are approximately 30 other restaurants and bars along Dundas Street West, College Street, Queen Street East, St. Clair Avenue West, and other areas of the city that operate patios that are within 30 meters of a residential zone. A number of these properties applied for similar zoning variances in the past and have had a notice of decision from the Committee of Adjustments where backyard patios were approved with condition by the committee. These include 924, 1150, and 1168 Queen Street West, 72 and 207 Ossington Avenue, 892 Queen Street East, 838 and 856 College Street, and 1426 Bloor Street West. Most of these conditions involve early patio closing hours, such as 11 p.m. and no amplified sound. Copies of these locations and decisions are available. Another advantage of allowing this application to pass is that it would create 2 or 3 new jobs for the benefit of our tenant, the community, and the city. Outdoor spaces are generally healthier environments, especially with the pandemic still around. I know I prefer patios for a meal or a drink whenever possible. People gravitate to patios whenever the weather is good. The patio at 512 Queen is a pleasing improvement to the backyard of our property and the surrounding area. The garbage dumpster was removed and there is a high privacy fence at a height of 2.4 meters located at the North Public Laneway. The east and west boundaries of the patio are the neighbors' 10-foot high concrete block walls, giving lots of privacy and minimizing any sound transfer. Please allow the backyard of 512 Queen Street West to operate as a patio because any outdoor space in this busy area should be utilized in the best interest of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're aware of the planning report?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have any issues with those conditions that?
No, that's great. That makes total sense. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the opposition, and then we'll have you back to speak to any of the concerns raised. Okay, so do you have Daniel on the phone? Yeah, I'm assuming he's speaking in support, I'm guessing.
Can you hear me?
Yep, Daniel, is that you?
No.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you speaking in support?
I'm speaking in support, correct.
Okay, you have, if you can just state your name and who you are, and then the address, and you have 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, my name is Daniel DeLima from 512 Queen Street West. I am the tenant for David. I represent Bar Karma. First of all, I just want to kind of echo David's points. We opened a month before the pandemic on set with full hiring of staff. Our priorities were to keep our staff employed at great detriment to our personal finances. We also have families, so did our staff, and that was our priority. We did our best to keep them employed and keep people safe. I do understand and recognize the complaints that are uploaded on the website from 4 of the neighbors. First, I'll say that we have letters of support from several more neighbors, both residential, commercial, mostly residential, that live directly adjacent to me, and below even one of the complainants at 514, who also signed a letter of support. They understood our situation and our ongoing efforts to always work with our community in the area. We don't have any speakers outside on both our first floor patio or second floor patio. We do have a licensed second floor patio that is active, that we don't operate with amplified sound past 11. Now we are a bar with staff, and occasionally if their mistake was made, they are rectified immediately. We do recognize some other concerns that were listed on the thing. We are adjacent to a concert hall, Velvet Underground. Their property goes all the way to the back laneway with professional speakers. That is respective to a really good concert hall. A lot of the noise that is amplified in that back alleyway is often from that concert hall. We have no objections to it, but we do understand the residential concerns behind it, and we are often mistaken for it. Some other concerns were vehicles parked back there. We have no vehicles that are parked back there. If there is a quick onload, offload, and it's only for a few minutes, we encourage our neighbors to immediately tow if there are vehicles back there, and we have assisted in that several times before. But our vehicles are not parked back there. Our staff are instructed not to park back there, and our patrons don't necessarily drive to the barns. They don't park in the back. There's no space in the alleyway. We've been told that we are a King West corporate conglomerate that's moving to Queen West and gentrifying the area. That is not the truth. We are quite a mom and pop shop, new to this, coming through, surviving the pandemic. We are actually friends with the old owners of Tequila Bookworm that were here before, and we actually bought their liquor license to continue on when they could no longer afford to provide, a varied Queen West venue in this area. We do recognize that there are other complaints with one particular tenant who will probably speak after me. There are legal proceedings going back and forth. There have been several meetings. We have not had any formal charges against us. We are working very well together with both the city, Toronto Police, agency to keep the area safe, including the back alleyway, and Toronto Fire. The area has greatly improved since we moved in there as we cleaned up the back alleyway and that patio. We will continue to work with the community in the area, whether it's approved or not, to make sure that everyone coexists happily, and we will go out of our way to make sure that happens. I'm willing to give my number to the public for them to call with any concerns, and they often have if there's any issues with even vagrancy for safety, and we send our security guards to go help them. We're here to work with everybody, keep our staff employed, keep Queen West. We have a lot of support again from the residential neighborhoods in the area, and I just want to thank David for his presentation as well. I'm happy to take any questions and concerns with any of the opposition.
Okay, any questions of the speaker, Mr. Clay?
Just quickly, first of all, thank you for that presentation and the previous one. Those were both very well done and very helpful. I was going to ask about the Velvet Underground because I would think that concert venue would also contribute to noise issues in the area, but that was very helpful for clarifying that. I'm not sure if we're going to hear from the individual, but there were allegations written to us about calls to bylaw and attendance by bylaw. I don't know whether any orders were issued, but I wonder if you could just speak to the city's bylaw folks who have apparently attended with respect to noise.
Yeah, you're asking me, right, Daniel?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, right on. Yeah, so we have been working with municipal bylaw, especially noise compliance, since we moved in here. We have passed several inspections. The ambient noise in the area with the streetcar tracks and the vagrancy and just other venues actually go above the decibel readings allotted by the city at any given time. We have cooperated with them at various hours, even weekends at midnight. I've turned off the volume. I've closed businesses so we can do the readings. The readings have always been over what's allowed. When we turned our music back on, the readings were exactly the same or 1 or 2 decibels over, and that's with almost no music whatsoever. The ambient noise exceeds it. We have, there are, 4 situations going on right now. None of us that we have been proven to be guilty of, but we are dealing with that right now. Most of those were taken when Velvet Underground was open. And the base of the concert hall, shakes 3 apartments down. It's loud. You can hear it in the alleyway. It's not only Velvet Underground. There's venues across the street that also play music very loudly with the garage doors open. There's a drum down the street that have live music. They all affect the ambient readings. We haven't opened our patio with any sort of ambient noise from the outside since the 17th of March, which was also coinciding with Velvet Underground having a big rock concert, and we didn't even try to compete with it. Their noise superseded ours. previous bylaw, like we've been working with bylaw, noise bylaw, AGCO's come by several times, TPS come by several times. We encourage them to come by. Every past inspection is really good in our book. I'm not sure if I completely answered your question there.
Yeah, that was very helpful. And I presume you don't have live music. You just have stuff on coming out of speakers. Is that right?
We do occasionally have live music, but only on the inside. We do sound checks. We have a professional noise reader. We hired an audio expert. We do the readings. They're never in breach. They're never in breach of anything. We do support live music on Queen West. I do strongly believe Queen West is like a house for live music. And I do, if ever requested, I do try to do it, but we're not doing big rock bands. Sort of like we're doing like one person on a guitar, you know, at most one person on a guitar, and
but
that's about it.
That's not on the patio though, right?
No, we have no live music on the patio, so just only on the inside and only on the first floor of the inside.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, we also.
Okay,
you know,
I'm going to
yeah.
stop you there because I have another speaker right now. So I'm going to go to the speaker, and then after that, I will have you and the agent back, and then you'll have between the two of you 5 minutes to rebut anything raised by the opposition here. Okay.
Hey, good afternoon or good morning. How's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me?
I need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ferris Road, and I live at 514 Queen Street West. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt that no one in this building signed a letter. And many other inaccuracies. There are 7 sound enforcement charges against Bar Karma at this moment. They are in talks with the prosecutor on 5 of them. One of them from March 17th, 2022 was outdoors, measured at 89 dB. There was an ambient done and the charge went ahead because it was miles ahead of the limit, which is 70 dB for that time. And I'll just read my statement now. The continuing sense of entitlement and lack of accountability expressed by Bar Karma is grievous. Bar Karma repeatedly breaches the rights of my family and several area residents, the rights to enjoy our homes without interference, to study, read, meditate, or pray without disturbance, sleep without disruption or deprivation. Investigation reveals the same facts: loud music, over legal capacity, and dancing on the illegally constructed rear patio. Continued failure to operate with honesty and integrity and in the broader public interest. Bar Karma is habitually in non-compliance with zoning bylaws. Bar Karma habitually causes area residents to suffer harm. Bar Karma habitually commit acts of dishonesty intentionally, furnishing false or misleading information to Toronto Police Services, Municipal Licensing and Standards, Public Health, the AGCO. The status quo restricts patios to 30 meters from the lot line of area residents. The business and its landlord argue for change. Is this action better than inaction? No. Does the patio benefit area residents? No. Does Bar Karma demonstrate shared responsibility? No. Do the positives outweigh the negatives? No. What happens if the committee approves the application? Area residents are burdened by noise and amplified music interference with the enjoyment of our homes, the smell of patrons urinating in Ace Lane, and parking issues. What is the cost to area residents? Severe health risks, including sleep disruption and deprivation, and several comorbid disorders. Does the committee want to be on record for knowingly approving an illegally constructed rear patio that repeatedly causes area residents to suffer harm and severe health risks? Bar Karma may attempt to discredit the following claims with false rhetoric, assumptions, judgments, and opinions unaccompanied by documentation or reliable sources. I ask the committee to hold Bar Karma accountable and request appropriate documentation for confirmation of all allegations. I will say that there's also 6 public health non-compliance. The license has been suspended twice. They operated during the pandemic and the SWAT team came in. I will continue. The landlord's letter of support, which was submitted 48 hours after the deadline. Bar Karma signed a 10-year lease in February 2020. A conservative figure of $20K monthly, totaling $2,400,000 for the author of the letter of support over the lease term. The landlord has owned the building since 1985 and claims to be unaware that the City of Toronto zoning requires building permits for patios on private property. Surely one call to 311 or an email to the City Planning Division would respond. The letter claims the patio, people can relax and enjoy the outdoor space. A patio that interferes with the enjoyment of area residents' homes and disrupts and deprives us of sleep does not fit the neighborhood. The applicant went on speaking about the other properties on Queen Street West. The list of bolded patios are restaurants that open during the day for meal service. Bar Karma opens at approximately 9 p.m. The application clearly states that the stove and kitchen fixtures are in storage. I doubt all the businesses listed store their stoves and kitchen fixtures in the basement. Furthermore, I assume that these businesses do not have an extensive list of ongoing area resident complaints, letters of objection, and charges of noncompliance. For example, I got a FOI from the city, which was 465 pages of reports and investigations. And that only went to September of last year.
Mr. Rosen, you're
Yes.
almost at 5 minutes, so can you wrap up, please?
Yes. So basically, the SWAT team came in during COVID and caught them. They basically obstructed it, didn't answer the door. One of the letters of approval was written by a non-resident who works in a tattoo shop. The landlord signed the sign wasn't up for 4 days. The sign wasn't up Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I have photos of it. I printed it. The public notice sign.
Okay, you're not wrapping up. I'm going to cut you off in like 20 seconds.
That's not a problem. Basically, they operate without honesty and integrity. They've been cited for such. They're under investigation by the AGCO, Sound Enforcement, MLNS. The officer told them about this building construction and made sure that they got to get.
Okay, Mr. Rosen, you're at 6
permit.
minutes, so thank
I'm
you
here.
very much.
I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Rosen? Okay, we don't have any questions. Thank you, sir. Mr. Druitt, are you there?
I am.
Mr. Druitt, did you want to share the 5 minutes for rebuttal with Daniel?
Well, the complainant said that no one signed it in his building, but I have a copy of the letter of support from Peter Chernowski. I know Peter. It looks like his signature. He signed the letter of support. He's the owner of 514. He lives on the second floor. This gentleman lives on the third floor. And Peter is on the second floor and has no problem with the noise that's going on next door. But he mentioned something about fixtures stored in the basement. There's no, the kitchen was removed totally. Our tenant, Bar Karma, put the signs up almost a week early, more than a week before the 10 days limitation, and they put up 2 signs. They had stuff on the windows, so they mounted it on the outside, and apparently one of the signs was taken down by somebody, and they put it back up. I don't know what else I can, he said something about me being unaware of the 30 meters. Well, I'd never heard of it, and you know, the pandemic was on. I never went down there for a year and a half because I was too afraid. So you know, anyways, I'll pass it over to Dan. He probably knows more about the complaints.
Okay, Daniel, anything to add in rebuttal to the speaker?
Yeah, I'll echo Peter, David's point. I do have Peter, his landlord, and second floor tenant of that building for 514 Queen Street West. You guys can see that he signed it. You're more welcome to follow up Peter himself to see if that's legitimate. It is. The residences beside me at 508, 506 all signed also. They're also third floor residences. This tenant has, is the majority of our complaints, if not, 99% of them. We have no issues with any of the governing bodies. They have no issues with us. There are those 5 tickets we are disputing right now with MLS, but it's what I explained with Velvet Underground and other ambient noise readings. We have no guilty verdicts. Our license has not been suspended. We're on good footing with AGCO, which you can also follow up with them with. We're compliant with everything. And all the inspections that have happened with us is from our tenant Heritage next door on false complaints for fire. And we have proof of all past inspections on false complaints from that neighbor. If there's any other questions regarding it, you can ask me. Our neighbors love us. They come here all the time. And, you know, any issues we do have with them, we help them with other issues, vagrancy stuff. We clean up the alleyways ourselves with our cleaning crews. Again, any questions you have, please ask me.
All right. Panel members, do you have any questions for Daniel or for Mr. Druitt? Mr. Bayat and then Mr. Clay.
Just a couple of questions. One is, do you make use of your sidewalk and curbside opportunity to have seating out there and service outside, as many restaurants in your neighborhood do, and what my understanding of the TO project is all about?
We didn't actually make use of the Cafe TO program out front. One is because we're right at the T intersection, so it was a big safety thing of cars driving directly in. 2, because of the high vagrancy in the area, it encouraged them to sit on those patios and cause a ruckus, especially in that area. We have homeless camping out in front of all the storefronts all the time. We didn't want to encourage that more than it's already happening.
And just a second part to my question. So the purpose of your application is to legalize, which suggests to me that you were aware that it wasn't a legal thing to do. Would that be correct?
No, we didn't. We weren't doing anything illegal. We were operating off that private properties can use their backyards to operate during the pandemic, because inside we weren't allowed to serve at all. So we turned the back property that was just like a flat parking lot, garbage dump pit, into a hospitable place where people can sit down and be served drinks. We don't have any intention of operating, you know, past 11 p.m. with music or any kind of nonsense. Like, we don't plan on operating 7 days a week. We plan on operating just on weekends during the day to serve some drinks. And summer's almost over. Like, it's not gonna be operating during the winter or any of that jazz. It was just because of the pandemic environment where no one was allowed inside. The only option was outside. So people were outside. That is not the case anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick, I'm just looking at the photo that you guys had submitted. So one of the recommendations from planning is for a 1.5 meter privacy screen, I think at the rear. So what's there now? It looks like there's a smaller wall and then it's kind of open above. Is that what's at the back of the patio?
Can you put the picture up for the...
Yeah, if I can just refer to the picture real fast.
Sorry, we're just trying to get the picture up.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
There's a 2.4 meter high privacy fence right at the back at the laneway. You probably can't see it on that picture. It's behind the bar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's a fence there, committee. That fence was actually, we try to actually make it higher and actually soundproof it a lot more. But because of an anonymous complaint that our fence was too high, even though it didn't affect anybody, and behind us is actually a patio fence from a neighbor across the laneway that's even higher, we had to cut down that fence and reduce the sound capability of just like the ambient noise because of it. But if we have permission, we'll build that privacy fence even higher. But it was because of someone's complaint to the city that our fence was too high, we had to cut it down to what you see now.
Okay.
Which is the legal limit, I believe. The building
legal
inspector
limit,
asked us to cut it to that size, 96 inches.
Exactly.
Feet.
Great. And what about the sides? It looks, I just see a tent canopy. What's on the side? Is that the side of the buildings adjacent to you?
Correct.
Yeah, they're the neighbors' walls, and they're concrete block walls, 10 foot high on both sides.
The one with the pink wall, committee, is on near the end of it. It's a lot higher because 508 Queen Street West does have a second floor at the rear, closest to the laneway, whereas 514 goes all the way to the back, and there is no second floor there. That goes all the way to the laneway. Just it stops halfway through.
And the last question, the awning that you have over top of that, is that there permanently, or is that just a seasonal thing?
It was a seasonal thing. It was temporary. Even the tarps come off and on based off like if it was raining or not. But we put that on in the height of the winter when we were still desperately trying to survive, paying rent and paying our wages to our staff so they can be employed. So we put that on to stop like the freezing rain and the snow from coming down on them. It's temporary. The city came and inspected it. It's fully within compliance.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee. Ms. Chan.
Yes, I can start a couple of comments, and it's very unfortunate that some of these restaurants may be operating beyond their the 11 hours, but I think that all we can do is to impose the planning department recommends the 3 conditions, and I think that the other departments that will enforce this condition too. So with these conditions, actually, given in the area, there are a lot of similar restaurants with back patio. And of course, the unfortunate thing is some of them are very close to residential area, but I do not think we can really fix that because it's a very dense area. So I think I can support it with the planning 3 conditions imposed.
Okay. If there's no comments, is that a motion then, Ms. Chan? Okay, so a motion to approve the application,
Yes.
including the conditions in the August 12th planning report, which speak to operating hours of the patio being restricted from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., no outdoor music or amplified sound on the patio, doors and windows to the establishment not to be left open or propped open when there is music or amplified sound on the interior, and opaque privacy screening along the north side of the patio measuring a minimum of 1.5 meters in height. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay. So all in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. I'd like to take a brief break. We'll be back at 11:30. Okay, and then we'll start with item number 11. All right, we're back. Larry, if you're there, we're starting up again. The next item is item number 11, 98 Ferris Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from Ravine. They don't have any concerns. TRCA, Toronto Regional Conservation Authority, is also okay, and Forestry is asking for condition number 2. We have a letter expressing concern from number 100, which is adjacent, and the person expressed concern about potential removal of a fence between the two properties and a red maple tree in the front. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. I need your name for the record.
This is Imran Khan. I'm the applicant.
Okay, sir. Panel members, I don't have any opposition speakers listed. Do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick question. It's variance number 4 that's asking for a much wider driveway. Is there a particular reason for that?
Basically, the existing driveway is 4.6 meter, right? We are keeping that as it is. But as this is a new development addition alteration, so it's considered as one of the item for the zoning, right? But it's an existing driveway width.
Sorry, the existing is 4.6.
Yeah, we're keeping the same, but it's an item because it's a proposed development, right? So it's an item.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, just on that. So are you rebuilding your driveway as part of this redevelopment plan?
Actually, this driveway is old, right? So we have to have the new asphalt. This is the thing we are doing only. We are having a new asphalt.
So are you excavating it and putting new asphalt down, or are you just?
Yeah, whatever is required for we have to excavate a little bit to make it more stable, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it's not a variance you're asking for in terms of soft landscaping, but would you guys consider using permeable pavers for that driveway instead of asphalt?
Well, we could consider, as this is environmental friendly, so we could consider, absolutely.
Good. And also, are you screening, you have any screening on your rear second floor balcony?
For the second floor balcony, we actually, this is the thing we will do if the owners has any recommendation. We didn't get any neighbors recommendation on that. But if they have any recommendation to screening that, we consider, definitely consider.
Yeah, I would, I think maybe we might want to consider putting screening on the sides. It is off a bedroom, but it does have access from both the master and a secondary bedroom. So I thought it might get a little bit more use than normal. So maybe screening on the side would be good.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Khan, we're ready to take this matter into committee for a decision. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair, I'll take this one. I think this is a reasonable application. They are larger lots. There are some developments further along on each direction of the street where second stories have been put on. I don't think it would be out of character. There really isn't any opposition. I would like to move approval of this application, but I think it would be good to put a condition in that as they're going to be replaced in the driveway, that it be done with permeable pavers and also screening, privacy screening on both sides of the rear second story deck.
Okay, Mr. Bayat, are you seconding a motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
I think there's a forestry number 2, Chair, as well.
Yeah, there is. Okay, so the motion is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat, including forestry condition number 2, as well as permeable pavers to be used on the driveway, and the balcony be screened on both sides, on east and west side, on the second floor, I believe. Okay, so all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. The next item is item number 12, 393 Carlton Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, as well as a tree inventory plan. We have email correspondence from Heritage asking for condition. We have a staff report also, and correspondence in support from number 10 Geneva, as well as 6 form letters in support from owners of 8th Geneva, 391, 395, 389, and 409 Carlton Street. And I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I need your name for the record.
My name is Brenda McNesson. I'm a British architect, Canadian designer, and I am the author of this proposal. I'm speaking on behalf of McNesson Design. The owners, Ted Larkin and Kate Thornley Hall. Ted Larkin is also available to speak if there are any questions regarding our consultations with Heritage and the neighborhood.
Okay, let me see if the panel members have any questions. Panel members, we have 2 variances before us. Any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat?
So just a question with regard to the balcony on the 3rd floor. I'm going to assume, or it may be incorrect to assume, will there be screening applied? I don't see anything immediately on the plans, but
there is no balcony at the 3rd floor. We have specifically not done what many of the neighbors have done because of the lack of privacy. The balcony is at the ground floor level, and there is an existing ground floor balcony in order to access out of the ground floor onto the garden to the south. So the existing balcony is simply being extended.
so the maybe I'm looking at something that, if you can explain that to me. I think it's document number EX08B. It's a balcony showing, it's a side elevation.
That's the neighboring property.
Oh, that's an existing, I see, that's an existing neighbor's balcony. Okay, great.
And we have spoken with our neighbor and are specifically not doing that because it hasn't been a success for her, because they're not used, they're very hot. So part of the reason we are over the FSI is because we specifically do not want to have a balcony and want to be able to make the proposal extend at the 3rd floor to the rear wall with a roof form and a dormer. So it still looks like a roof, but has a dormer to allow the space to be used.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, we don't have any other questions. Is there anything you want to add? We're ready to go into committee to make a decision. Brenda, anything?
Is that question agreed?
Yeah, yeah. Is there anything?
No. I would say please approve it.
Okay.
I think it's going to be lovely.
All right. Okay, Mr. Bayat and then Ms. Chan.
Thank you. With that plea, I couldn't resist. I'm quite happy to move a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there are any conditions attached.
Just the heritage one, which is basically to build the plans and to show them the plans. The standard heritage
correct.
condition.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's correct. Thank you. So with that condition in mind, I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Okay. Did you want a second, Ms. Chan? Okay, so motion to approve with the heritage condition in the August 17th report, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 13, 400 Euclid Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a front yard landscaping plan from the agent. We have an order to comply for the property, covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from planning as well as Heritage Preservation Services. And I have no concerns from Heritage, and there's a condition in the planning report dated August 12th. Support from number 400, three residents at number 400 Euclid. We have also support from 369 Manning Avenue. Correspondence expressing concern from two residents at 375 Manning. Correspondence in opposition from 88 Spadina, 408 Euclid. The Palmerston Area Residents Association, 425 Euclid, two different residents. We have opposition from 601 Markham Street. Further letter from the Palmerston Area Residents Association, 419, 412, 421, 433, 416, 432 Euclid. 118R Clinton, 402 Euclid. We have another letter from the Palmerston Area Residents Association, another letter from 402 Euclid. We have a letter from someone without an address, 375 Manning. Another letter that was received late from 402 Euclid, as well as presentation materials in opposition from 402 Hutchison. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. This is Christian Chan of C2 Planning on behalf of 400 Euclid Limited, the owners of the subject property.
Good morning, Mr. Chan. Just give me 1 second. I have quite a few speakers listed. I just want to see if we have all of them. Okay. All right. So I have. Hang on, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have at least 5 speakers, possibly 6. So if you can do a presentation, we'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're seeking approval for variances for 22 dwelling rooms, where a maximum of 6 are permitted in a rooming house, and the reduction of required parking spaces to 0, where 6 are required for a rooming house. Just to preface my opinion, we've had discussions with city staff. Revisions to the site plan were done to address the concerns of improving the front yard soft landscaping. I understand that city planning also has in the report in the first page recommending 5 conditions to be imposed, of which we have no issues. With regards to the parking variance, Transportation Services also reviewed the application, and in the materials that are filed with the C of A, I note that Transportation has no objections to the parking variance. Although the previous construction within the building is not an issue before the committee, I do understand it's not condoned. I am informed by my client that Toronto Buildings and Toronto Fire have inspected the property, in fact, and are awaiting to perform their further inspections to the building permit process should the variances be approved. Through the process, pursuant to the COA approval, should it be approved, my client will seek to make the building right and enhance the safety of the building for the existing and future tenants. ECS is also not, at the time of this hearing, not commented or provided any issues or concerns arising in the proposed 22 dwelling rooms. A condition of the planning, I'd just like to speak to the condition number 2, which is with respect to requirement to be licensed. Through the licensing process for the proposed multi-tenant house or rooming house, the city will use their licensing tools to protect the health and safety of the tenants and to assure well-managed housing, which includes fire protection, fire code, property standards, health promotion and protection, as well as zoning bylaw. That's what the subject of this application is. So approval of the multi-tenant house variances before you would enable the property to be licensed and operated according to the rooming house bylaw, meaning that my client must satisfy a number of conditions pursuant to the rooming house bylaw. The city also notes that renters that live in secondary suites, basement apartments, and unregulated rooming houses lack security of tenure and renters in private rental apartment buildings and face building conditions that may not meet acceptable property standards. So through this process, which includes this COA application, my client, again, would apply for the licensings to achieve each of these city goals with respect to the provision of safe and healthy multi-tenant housing. So the existing 22 rooms are protected under the city's rental housing and demolition bylaw, Chapter 667. This is whether they were constructed without the benefit of a building permit or not. Policy 3.2.1.11 of the OP expressly prohibits the loss of 6 or more dwelling rooms in a rooming house if the rents or charge are affordable rents, and I can confirm to the city that is the case for all the dwelling rooms. And this includes whether the dwelling rooms have been built with or without a permit. Chapter 667 approval would require approval from City Council or the Chief Planner. With respect to the 4 tests, for the zoning bylaw, the number of dwelling rooms meets the intent of the bylaw. Multi-tenant houses are intended to be permitted in all zones in the bylaw, especially in this particular B1 district. The dwelling units exist in close proximity to the college and streetcar Bathurst streetcar routes, also in proximity to the ZR zone areas. So it's in close proximity to community service that could serve the tenants. With respect to the OP, housing policies of Chapter 3.2.1 provide that a full range of housing in neighborhoods. And in this proposal, which we seek to improve and modernize the available housing stock and provide this diversity of housing options in this neighborhood. With respect to desirability, this proposal is an area that is well supported by public transit, and in considering the context of unaffordability of housing in Toronto, healthy communities and urban design, is it desirable to add additional residential units in the neighborhood. Also add to note that the proposal will contribute to and support the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 action plan. With respect to the test of minor, with respect to parking spaces and pursuant to bylaw 89/2022, this eliminated the parking minimums for low-rise residential development. So any development along this immediate context and in the geographic neighborhood is not required to have parking spots. And of course, as I've mentioned before, there are no objections by transportation services, and the site is in very close proximity to a number of higher ordered surface transit priority routes. Should there be any concerns related to the multi-tenant house going forward, should this be approved, there is a multi-tenant house licensing commission that will deal with any related property management, property standards, or tenant
Mr.
issues.
Chan, can you wrap up, please? You're over 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So I respectfully submit to the COA to approve this planning application and subject to the conditions that are recommended from community planning.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to get the opposition speakers to do their 5 minutes now, and then I'll have you back after that. And at that point, if the members have questions, we'll ask them then also. Okay, do you have the first speaker?
Hi, Allison, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Ms. Kirk Montgomery, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Allison Kirk Montgomery. I live at 421 Euclid Avenue. But
Thank
we had
you.
agreed, I wonder
Yeah.
if we could change the order slightly of our speakers, because Natasha Moore Hutchinson would like to go first, and
Okay.
would that be possible?
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll swap you with her, so you'll be fourth. Is that okay? Or do you-
Fine.
Okay, great.
Hi, Natasha, you've been unmuted.
You there, Natasha?
Hi, Natasha. I see that you're connected with 2 devices.
I am, yeah, my screen on the computer is working, but the volume isn't. So I've got you on audio on my phone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you can just state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Shala Hutchinson. the owner since 2002 of 402 Euclid, the semi-detached house that shares a party wall with 400 Euclid. My 8-page letter of objection with 14-page appendix of pictures details how this application fails the key tests of the COA. The main variance requested is to allow 22 units in a zoning area that allows a maximum of only 6. This is clearly not a minor variance. This variance would allow almost 4 times the legal number of allowable units, with significant negative consequences for the neighborhood and for my house next door. More significantly, the developer is hiding from the COA the fact that he fundamentally transformed this property from a single-family dwelling which only contained 2 bathrooms and 2 kitchens when the developer took possession in 2019 to an illegal rooming house with 22 self-contained units, each with their own bathroom and kitchenette, all without permits. The first key point I want to make is really stating the obvious. This application starts from a false and self-serving place. I think we need to be very clear about what is going on here. The developer is trying to make an end run around the law by getting the COA to approve and legitimize major construction undertaken without the proper permissions. Leaving aside the fact that the developer completely ignored the City of Toronto's order to comply and went ahead with the construction of 22 individual units, basement underpinning, and a front basement walk-up, all without building permits, the plans contained in this application intentionally mischaracterize all of this major construction as existing, when such construction should rightfully be in the application for approval. The COA cannot possibly review this application without a factually correct representation of new construction requiring approval. The acceptance of this application would set a disturbing precedent that the COA can be used as a pathway to validate illegal and potentially unsafe construction. Now I will describe how this major construction has impacted my adjoining property. I'll start with the impact on the sewage drains. The developer added 20 new toilets without the addition of new drains with the capacity to carry this new load to the city sewers. That's a 10-fold increase in sewage. Instead, the developer literally dumped his problem on me by connecting his drains to the existing drains on my property. These drains are very old and delicate Victorian pottery. They run across both the front and back of my property within a few feet of my house, before connecting to a drain that runs between the 402 and 404 Euclid pathway eastward to the city drain. This work was done without a permit, without my permission, without the permission of 404 Euclid, and after I specifically refused access to the developer. The result is that these old clay drains are now compromised, according to professional plumbers who noted newly, quote, broken clay pipes and, quote, major shifts in line. It's important to note that the front drain on my property that the developer has tapped into has not been used since the 1970s, so he's just tapped into it for his sole use. Next, I'll discuss the impact on the structural integrity both of 400 and of 402 Euclid. As detailed in my opposition letter, it is obvious that the developer had to do significant engineering and basement underpinning to accommodate his extensive renovations. Further, it is obvious that these changes would have a direct impact on the integrity of my house next door because there is a load-bearing party wall which makes the foundations of the 2 houses inextricably linked. Contrary to what is shown in the developer's plans to the COA, the developer significantly extended the basement westward to add 4 apartments, including 4 new bathrooms. He also added a basement walkout at least 12 steps deep at the front of the house and new windows on the south side of the house. When the developer purchased 400 Euclid in 2019, the basement had low ceilings and only contained a small playroom, a storage area, and space for the furnace, all confined to the front section of the house. As Google Maps photos from 2019 plainly show, there was no basement walkout. There was just a small window in the front of the house. The effect on this construction on my house is already evident. For example, the underpinning caused one of my tenant's doors to shift so that it could no longer open and close properly. Again, contrary to what is shown in the developer's plans, the developer did a major renovation to the 3rd floor dormer, including the addition of 2 apartments and reorienting the staircase up to the 3rd floor so that it now ascends against our party wall, as well as the construction of a walkway along the top of the second floor roof, which also sits on the party wall.
Natasha, sorry,
Yep.
You're at 5 minutes, so I do need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I will do. Thank you. All of this work was done without stamped and approved engineering drawings and without a party wall agreement. And I'm very concerned that all of this construction is putting a significant amount of additional load on our old Victorian party wall. So in conclusion, I'm calling on the COA to deny this application and refer the developer back to the City of Toronto Building Division. The developer, at the very least, should be made to submit the original plans and survey of his property to the city, and to allow city inspectors, including drain inspectors, structural engineers, and fire inspectors, to inspect the property, ensure it's structurally sound, and that the residents...
Okay, I'm really going to have to stop you here because I have quite a few other speakers.
I just have one small point. Sorry, can I just make
no, I actually, one of the members has a question, and I have seen your submission also, as have all the members, so we've read
Yes,
it.
I have a very quick question to this speaker. Is that I have seen a photo showing that your property and 400 Euclid, there are some openings. Can you confirm that?
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure which one. Are you thinking of the underpinning picture?
No, the opening. Are there windows?
Oh, the windows. Yes, I haven't addressed that because I knew I only had 5 minutes to speak. But
Yes.
there are 4 windows on the north side of that 400 Euclid property that aren't set back properly. And the developers simply put plywood in, which is kind of a fire hazard. And these windows look straight onto my property, impact the privacy, and also into the window of my west wall.
Yeah, that's my quick question, because on their plan they do not indicate any openings, and when I look at your pictures, I see quite a large openings. That's why I like to confirm. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. Any other questions for the speaker? Panel members? No? Okay, thank you.
Is there any way I can just make one last point that I just didn't get in?
Well, no, I'm sorry. Like, I let you go almost a minute over, and I've got quite a number of other speakers. Maybe it'll be raised, but I'm guessing it was probably in your submission anyway, which we've all read.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we've got all of your submissions came in our agendas. Okay, do you have Allison on the line? No, I flipped. Or I'm sorry, not. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I meant Richard Peter. Yeah, sorry. No.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Can you just state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
I'm Richard Peter Rand. I own the property across from 400 Euclid at 419, which is also a semi-detached building. I object to approval of this application for a number of reasons. First of all, the conversion of 400 Euclid into a 22 rooming house from the maximum number of 6, and the complete lack of parking places for potentially 22 required, I think is not a minor variance. I think there are other major issues that have to be considered before any kind of minor variances take place. And I think the previous speaker outlined these in detail. They are quite major. Such major conversion of this property without a building permit and in defiance of that requirement has allowed construction that may well be inadequate and dangerous because perhaps of the underpinning has been inadequate and 402 Euclid is endangered, and harmful. 22 rooms without the benefit of knowing whether the fire regulations have been applied or many other things. This is serious. It's serious for me as an owner because I think the inability of the city to observe and prevent and enforce such important structural changes is a serious concern for any owner of a semi-detached property. So this developer has changed the single resident building into a rooming house, and then without permission. This changes entirely the streetscape, certainly. And more important, if this is allowed, if you approve this variance, then it would seem to me to provide an illegal route for future major defiant conversions of similar properties. So as one who owns a property across the street, will it allow my neighbor, the other part of my semi, to do a similar conversion? And then as a fait accompli, just do it against the city regulations and without a permit, turn it into a rooming house, and then will I be faced with the problems that number 402 is faced with? A neighbor who has made changes which have not been, I would suspect, allowed. I entirely agree with those. These objections have been made similarly by more detailed objections, which I think we'll hear about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker panel members? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. Do you have Fernanda Pisani?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. I just need your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I start, I was wondering, there was Michael Martin that requested that I could read his letter at this hearing. Would that be possible in addition to my 5 minutes?
I don't have him listed here as I don't have that name at all on the list here. So you.
Okay, that's fine.
So, yeah.
He did ask.
Okay, no, you, if he had registered his name, then I could have let you do it, but hopefully his points will be covered, you know, throughout, because there's a number of speakers on this application.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, my name is Fernanda Pisani, and I live at 432 Euclid Avenue. Shall I go ahead?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Dear Committee of Adjustment, as per my letter of objection to the COA, I will quote directly from the hearing notice. To legalize and to maintain the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling, which was converted into a rooming house containing a total of 22 units that were constructed without the benefit of a building permit. From the get-go, this application is problematic for law-abiding citizens when municipal laws are not observed and respected as brazenly as in the case of the owner of 400 Euclid Avenue. Since 2019, neighbors living close to the property have been in touch on an ongoing basis with the city, as well as with Councillor Mike Layton, due to major construction carried out and completed without a single permit. The approval of this permit would set a precedent of do what you want first, then ask for forgiveness much later. It would not be fair to those that have respected and continue to respect due process in applying for variance permits. This request makes a mockery of municipal governance. 400 Euclid Avenue is a 2.5-story Victorian house, did not contain 22 units before 2019. In fact, it was a family home occupied by Ellis and Cher Ann Nightingale. I'm well acquainted with the Nightingales and visited in that house when they lived at 400 Euclid. Mr. Chan's letter submitted to the COA on behalf of Mr. Joy is lying by describing 400 Euclid being divided into 22 units well before Mr. Joy purchased it. COA information provided by the city is clear as to the steps and requirements to apply for permission in order to make changes to size, how land may be used, long-term master planning for the city, etc. Mr. Joy has carried on with extensive changes to 400 Euclid Avenue without obtaining a single permit, without inspections, disobeying several stop work orders, and with disregard to structural consequences to his neighbor's house at 402 Euclid. Gutting, major plumbing, structural, and electrical work done to 400 Euclid was done without permits as stated in the hearing notice for this file. I am not certain that inspections were done by a single city inspector and by city staff. Allowing major work to be finalized without proper inspection can be a ticking time bomb, a tragic accident waiting to happen. An example of this was a 4-alarm fire at 428 Shaw Street in January. This was due to non-compliance to city-issued work orders by the landlord. 11 occupants were displaced, and this case was reported in the Annex Gleaner of January 2022. As to the history of this case, which is since 2019 of noncompliance, I copied 2 of the many emails that were sent to Mr. Layton's office as of 2019 to 2022 in my letter of objection to the COA. One was written by Michael Martin with details of what was going on. The other letter that I quoted was from Douglas Hay, describing a timeline of changes to the property at that time. Furthermore, on August 18th, 2019, a letter of acknowledgement from Angela Surdy at Mr. Layton's office was sent to Paul McLean. This is what the email said. This is the latest update from building manager. A stop work order is in effect. We continue to monitor the site and gather evidence of the ongoing construction and non-compliance with both order to comply and stop work order. Our next step is to take the matter to court through our prosecution section. She further explains what the consequences are financially as to fines. Furthermore, continued offenses of a stop work order can be as high as $10,000 per day. Every day, the offense continues. I believe it was sent to some residents in contact with building directly. Enjoy the day, Angela Surdy. As to application requirements set by the COA, legalizing work done that turned a family home to a 22-unit building without a permit sets a dangerous precedent. It is quite questionable that as per the COA test, the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and bylaw are maintained in this case. Why would the COA even consider approvals of such non-compliance that has been thoroughly documented over the course of 3 years? In fact, Mr. Joy was adamantly non-compliant to several stop work orders. Plans submitted by Mr. Joy do not include an up-to-date survey of the property. The survey on the application website dates back to 1953. There is no submission of the house layout prior to the extensive work done in 2019. What is described as existing was built as of 2019 without permits. Furthermore, as to Chapter 150.25.30.2, the bylaw in regards to rooming house area B1, a rooming house is a permitted use provided the maximum or number of rooms used for
I need you to wrap up. You're over 5 minutes.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is simply that asking for 22 rather than just over 6 is not a minor variance. And the overall plan and general intent of the official plan in this case are not maintained due to the increase of volume and necessary infrastructural needs when you have that many people in such a property. I would also like to point out that in 2021, Mr. Joy listed his house for over $5 million.
You're almost at 6 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to, and he listed it as micro units, and this is not a rooming house.
We do have your letter, and I do recall a lot of these points being in there. So I really
Can I say one more thing?
No, I really have to cut you off. You're at 6 minutes. To be fair to everybody, I can't allow some people, a lot.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can go back to Allison now then.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can.
Great.
So I know you identified yourself before, but maybe you can just do it again for the record.
Sure. My name is Allison Kirk Montgomery, and I live at 421 Euclid Avenue.
Alrighty, so we'll start the clock now, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I live directly across the street from 400 Euclid, but I also represent Palmerston Area Residents Association. I want to make it clear that we welcome legal rooming houses. We sympathize with 400 Euclid's tenants, but we are opposed to this application, in particular the request for a 22-room rooming house in a 6-room zone because it fails the test set out in the Planning Act. Is the proposal appropriate for the land and building? We don't know, and neither does the committee based on this file. All of the construction is illegal, and you have heard from the attached neighbors and other neighbors about our concerns, our fears for load-bearing walls, foundations, old drains, garbage problems. Despite the agent's words this morning, there are no fire inspection reports, no building inspection reports, no engineering report, because the applicant has refused to allow inspectors in. This proposal is inadequate and should be rejected. Is the requested variance minor? No. The main variance requested is to legalize a major, not minor, change in the use of the building. The applicant's claim in the cover letter that this was a rooming house of 22 rooms before he owned it is not true, as you have heard and you will have read. The variance would also be unprecedented. There are many old semi-detached homes on small lots in our neighborhood, including mine, but we know of none with 22 rooms. This variance is extreme. The city's guide states that minor variances are used for issues such as small changes to building setback or parking requirements. How can almost 4 times the allowed limit of homes on a lot be classified as a minor variance? Does this proposal maintain the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw and official plan? No, because these tests speak to the public interest, specifically to promote safe, affordable, multi-tenant housing. But there's no proof that 400 Euclid is safe housing. No fire inspections have been allowed. Nor is this affordable housing such as to deserve special consideration. Using the impressive figure of $263,000 net operating income, the applicant promised in his 2021 real estate listing, and having heard unofficially what tenants are paying, we know that the average rent charged is much higher than the affordable threshold of $980 per month the city has set for dwelling rooms for 2022. So granting such a major variance should be only to promote deeply affordable housing. In other words, to promote the public interest, not primarily the applicants. The public interest is in adequate housing. The applicant's own plans show no shared kitchen, no cooking facilities for 22 residents. Therefore, they do not meet the requirements for a rooming house. Does the applicant really intend to apply for a license? Should the committee approve this application, I hope it will consider adding conditions at a minimum, those suggested by community planning, but I would prefer that the committee consider gravely the order to comply. The applicant's 3-year history of flouting municipal laws and the inability of Toronto Building to enforce them is inarguable right there in the file. I heard you, the panel this morning, say, quote, "The committee does not condone works being done without a building permit." Please deny this application for the public interest. Lastly, I think that granting this variance would hurt neighborhood trust in the Committee of Adjustment itself. The Planning Act states that the committee must rule on the request as if the proposal has not been built. Therefore, what is the rationale for approving such an extreme number as 22 dwelling units? Why not 7 or 12? Besides, the applicant's documents are inconsistent about the number of dwelling rooms that do exist. The plans say 22 rooms. The real estate listing says 18. The zoning notice itself says 20 rooms. It doesn't match the plans. We don't know how many rooms there actually are since no official has been allowed in. The committee should reject this application rather than risk allowing more dwelling units than have already been constructed illegally. But now here is the hard issue, and that's the welfare of the existing tenants. However, the committee is to rule as if the proposal has not been built. Therefore, it is housing's job, not the Committee of Adjustments, to enforce the rights of these vulnerable tenants. It is the applicant's responsibility under official plan policies 11 and 12 to develop an acceptable tenant relocation and assistance plan if that is what's required. To approve this application based on the existing tenant's real plight would be to assume housing policy's role, but the Committee of Adjustment is an independent tribunal. In sum, the applicant's request is surely not minor. It does not promote the public interest in safe, affordable housing. Allowing this variance would signal that zoning bylaws don't matter and that your committee exceeds its mandate. That precedent also would not be in the public interest. We respectfully ask that you deny this application and send the applicant back to Toronto Building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Do you have Mr. Shipp?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you state your name and address for the record? And after you've done that, we'll start the clock and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I doubt I'm going to spend 5 minutes in, so I wonder if there is extra time it could be devoted to the people who spoke earlier. My name.
No.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's a it's a really nice thought of yours, but
Okay,
but no.
okay, that's fine. My name is Martin Ship. I live on Markham Street, 301 Markham Street, actually in a multi-unit dwelling. And I'm also a member of the Palmerston Residents Association Planning Committee. I'm going to stress a few of the points I think that have already been raised. One is that as a community, we're very in favor of increased density. We're in favor of more rooming houses. We're in favor of changes to the neighborhood that allow for more affordable housing, and we're supportive of making sure that that there is more affordable housing built in the Palmerston little area. What we're not in favor of is an applicant that has chosen to create a multi-unit dwelling. I don't really think it's accurate to characterize the dwelling that's been created as a rooming house, since it doesn't seem to meet most of the requirements of the Rooming House Act. There are 22 self-contained units that have been built at 400 Euclid, and we're not in favor of the fact that this applicant has chosen to basically ignore the stop work orders and all of the other objections to the illegal building. We'd ask that the committee reject this application. As you've heard, it's not complete. It's not clear what's been built. It's not clear what existed before. It's there isn't a current survey on file. There's some real question as to how many units have actually been constructed, and we ask that should the committee approve the application, that additional conditions be added, since in our view there really should be no application before the committee until what has been built is verified. I'd like to mention as well that the Palmerston Residents Association did circulate an online petition. We only found out too late that the committee wouldn't view online petitions in the format that we had done the online petition. That petition had 59 signatories, and I'm going to read just very quickly the petition so that the committee has it. As a community member, I oppose this application to legalize an illegally constructed rooming house by way of a variance to the zoning bylaw. The variance request is not minor, as the application states, but extreme and unprecedented. The bylaw permits a 6-room rooming house, but the applicant wants approval for 22 units. Since there are no fire inspection reports, building inspection reports, or permits, or drainage plans or permits on this file, I'm concerned about the ongoing health and safety of tenants and neighbors. The proposal is not appropriate for the land or building. The drainage burden and lack of garbage and recycling management, reduced landscaping, and possible structural damage to the attached house have not been addressed. The applicant has a long record of failing to comply with municipal laws, and there is a great difference between what the bylaw permits and what he has requested. The safety of tenants and neighbors is at risk. Granting this variance will undermine public trust in the zoning laws and procedures that our community is built on. I ask you as a community to please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chan has a question for you.
Yes, I have a quick question. I was going to ask this question to the applicant, but maybe you can answer this question. You have mentioned there's a rooming house bylaw. Do you know whether one of the bylaws that limit the number of rooms in a rooming house?
6.
Yes, I understand that's correct, that the current bylaw allows for only 6, but in this case, we're talking about actually multi-unit dwellings. We're confused about how the application has been filed, since there are 22 multi-unit dwellings and no common kitchen. So we actually feel it's been mischaracterized as a rooming house as well.
Okay, I don't know whether you answered my question. What I'm trying to say, I know this is in the zoning bylaw, they only allow 6 units or rooms. But is there another bylaw also in the rooming house bylaw that limits the number of rooms in a semi-detached? Do you know that? Oh, it's okay if you cannot answer. I'm just curious.
No, I guess you'd have to ask city zoning that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other questions for the speaker? No? Okay. Do you have the final speaker on the line?
I'm going to try to unmute this.
Okay, we have one more speaker listed. We're going to make one more attempt. Staff's made several attempts to get in touch with the speaker.
Hi, Robert Brown. Are you there?
I am here if you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you. If you can state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, staff and panel members. My name is Robert Brown. I currently reside at 88 Spadina Road, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Lee Hutchison, a close neighbor on Manning Avenue. As you know from my written submissions, I did request that this item be deferred, but obviously that has not been addressed today. I think we have heard a lot of the technical arguments already submitted by the neighbors and by the Palmerston area, but I've reviewed the rooming house bylaw, and this application quite clearly doesn't meet that definition as a rooming house. You know, I've known Mr. Chan for over a decade, and I have significant respect for his qualifications, but I feel in this case that he has not done an appropriate amount of due diligence before he decided to step forward on behalf of the client. Now, the key issue here is I think the application was faulty from the beginning. In the application, they say, well, we're to renovate, and then Mr. Chan says, well, it's already built. But as somebody who has sat on the Committee of Adjustment for over 5,000 applications, I know that that you cannot deal with an application. You can deal with an application that has already been built, but you must ignore what has been built and deal with it as if it had not been built. Now, the building departments have issued a order to comply, and the applicant has failed to honor that order to comply. I noticed in the file that there were at least 3 tenants who identify themselves as being tenants in 400. Well, the order to comply, he does not have the owner does not have the right of occupancy for that building. Therefore, those tenants are not legal tenants. Now, I also identified in my letter, and I think that if you, with the amount of experience that is around the table there today, I think you should be quite clear that the zoning examiner missed a significant number of variances. Particularly, I know the length of the building. The building itself is 40.84, and as a semi-detached dwelling to be converted to another use, the maximum depth is 17 meters. They also didn't identify the fact that the variance for density in this area is 0.6 times coverage, and they're asking, and the building is modified as 1.99 times coverage. Doesn't matter what the use of the building is, it is limited to 0.6, which is materially different from what is in the plans. Now, also there's the plans that upon which the notice was issued indicated that there is no soft landscaping on the site. Now, I did note that there was some attempt to make a minor change on the front, but you have to deal with what was there for the public notice. Now, another issue that I think they didn't deal with is the waste and recyclable materials must be stored in a wholly enclosed building. In this case, it's not. It's just sitting in the front yard. Now, Mr. Chan did say that there was some relief in terms of vehicular parking spaces, but they've totally ignored the requirement in Bicycle Zone 1 for a minimum of 20 long-term bicycle parking spaces and 2 short-term bicycle parking spaces. So it is my position that the zoning examiner missed a number of blatantly obvious variances, and that this application should be refused as being incomplete and erroneous. And I would ask that you refuse this application in its entirety and send it back to where it needs to go at the beginning with a proper review by Buildings Department. And on that case, on that basis, I'm not going to go into more specifics, but there's no indication in the city's files that electrical and plumbing inspections were carried out by qualified inspectors or any other inspectors on an internal basis. So once again, I ask you that this application be refused in its entirety, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, take care. Mr. Chan?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Hi, if you could speak to the issues raised, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may be granted a slight indulgence, should I go over the 5 minutes, because there's a number of, I've listed all the objections that I should respond to. I'd just like to start with Mr. Brown's comments. I thank him for that. Yes, him and I've worked on many applications together as well. We both respect each other. I just have a few responding comments, and I definitely agree with Mr. Brown in that the committee cannot deal with the application in considering what was previously built and deal with it as if it were proposed new. So just like to reiterate that comment with respect to the order to comply. If we were to proceed to moving forward to be in compliance with the order to comply, this would mean that we would have to demolish the constructed dwelling units, and in fact would remove 14 dwelling units from the property as is. So the purpose of this committee of adjustment application is in fact to seek the committee's approval of the variances so we can move forward in order to get the dwelling rooms to be in compliance, and then proceed to the multi-tenant house bylaw licensing in order to achieve the required health and safety, OBC, and fire code inspections. With respect to the missing variances that Mr. Brown speaks to, I understand, and I've reviewed his letter, and I thank him for providing that. I'd just like to note that the variances that Mr. Brown refers to that are missing are entirely related to the regulations specifically for apartment buildings as a different use under the R zone provisions in the zoning bylaw. So those variances don't apply. I'd also like staff to pull up the zoning notice that was provided by the district manager, Natasha Zapula, please. So this application to Toronto Buildings in order to seek the building permit. So this was applied for a building permit, and then the zoning bylaw notice was produced as part of this BLD permit number that is listed on the zoning notice, identified these 2 variances. So the district manager, Natasha Zapula, in fact, provided this zoning review herself to the applicant. Secondly, the application has also been reviewed by city planning, and should there have been any additional variances that were not identified or misidentified, then they would have raised that in either their letter or communications to us through the review process. I'm just going to turn back to Ms. Moore's objections and concerns. I do note that the majority of these concerns are related to construction items, which are not before, and engineering concerns which are not before the Committee of Adjustment. So for example, impacts on party walls, impacts on drains and toilets, impacts to structural integrity and underpinning, window placement, enlargement, and basement construction, staircases in the party wall. Every single one of these items are matters that will be addressed throughout the building permit review process as it goes under plans review by Toronto Buildings pursuant to the Ontario Building Code and Ontario Fire Code. With respect to Mr. Rand's comments, with regards to no permits, again, these are OBC and on fire code issues. The inability of the city to enforce the OBC because of inspections is exactly what is being sought here. Should this be approved, then we will be required as part of the building permit process to have those inspections to ensure safety, fire egress. With regards to Mr. Ryan's concerns for streetscape, in fact, the planning condition, that is planning condition number 4, will in fact improve the streetscape as it is viewed from Euclid Avenue. And also to add to that, we have submitted a revised site plan that is improving the soft landscaping on the front yard. With regards to Ms. Pisani's comments, I understand there were discussions that were had between Councillor Layton's office and some of the interested parties. However, I just also like to note that the councillor has not weighed in this application, and as such, I take that as a non-objecting to this proposal. I'm not going to talk about what was present in the building before with regards to the 22 units or not. Again, a number of OBC complaint issues were raised with regards to the survey from 1953 that was submitted as part of the submission materials to the COA. We would have been informed by the Committee of Adjustment if the survey that was provided as part of the submission materials would have been inadequate. In fact, I've had many other applications that those communications have been sent to me regarding revisions to any surveys. In this case, there wasn't any. With regards to the number of rooms concerns, and I understand Member Chan also raises questions whether the number of rooms is limited in a semi-detached house. And the answer is no, there is no zoning bylaw regulation that limits the number of dwelling rooms or rooms that can be built in a semi-detached house. So if this were built as a semi-detached house, it could have 22 rooms if it were to be compliant with the Ontario Building Code. With regards to Ms. Kirk Montgomery's concerns, with respect to not allowing inspectors, and I am informed by the owner of the property that a number of times Toronto Buildings has entered the property to inspect as part of their follow-up to the order to comply, and I am also informed by the owner that the chief building official is also aware of this.
So, Mr. Chan, can I ask you to wrap up? I know you asked for indulgence, but I'm trying to be fair here because I was holding everybody else as much as I can to the time. So please wrap up. And the members may have questions anyway.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to respond to Mr. Shipp's question with regards to not in meeting the requirements of the rooming house bylaw. So in this specific case, this is exactly what's being sought before the committee, is those 2 specific variances that this application is subject to. And I have, and thank you for staff for bringing up this specific use regulation. I've highlighted the relevant sections to which are applicable in this particular instance, of which we are seeking 2 variances from.
Okay, so if I can get you to wrap up, like, actually, if we can stop here, I'm going to see if the members have some questions, because the other things you want to say may come out in the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure we all have questions on this one, but I wanted to be a little bit specific to the order to comply. We've heard from very eloquent presentations from a number of neighbors on a number of items, but one of the recurring themes has been around what has been done both before getting a building permit, and in fact, building appears to have been, construction began without a building permit. Order to comply, our records show that that was issued on August 10th, 2021. Others have suggested that work had continued past that order to comply, which I wanted to get your sense of kind of like what's been the sequencing of events. Usually order to comply means stop work and go back and apply for the appropriate permissions. But some have argued that that hasn't happened in this case, and I wonder if you could comment on that.
Thank you, sir, for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do understand that the order to comply was issued last year. From the evidence that we see before us, and as per the submissions by the surrounding neighbors that have taken photos, we can clearly see that there has been some work that has been done since then. I can't speak to the degree of work that has been done since August 10th, 2021, but certainly with the photos that have been provided by the neighbors, there has been a degree of work. I can't speak to whether that work was pursuant to inspectors coming in from the city buildings department requiring certain remediation being done or not. But I can attest to you, based on what I have seen in the submissions, that there has been a degree of work that has been done since August 10th, 2021. And as said by some of the other objectors too, that there is possibly a legal process that's going on with Toronto Buildings in order to address any other non-compliance concerns or orders.
Okay, any other, Ms. Chan?
Yes, I just would like to know, as far as you notice, what's the percentage of completeness in this project? Is still more to go, or is already 100% completed?
Thank you, Ms. Chan, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the property is occupied currently, so my submission to you would be that yes, the work is substantially completed at this point.
Yes, this leading to the second question. As I understand, in order to you still have to apply for rooming house license. In order to obtain that, I think that you need a common area, which including a kitchen. Because when I look at all your rooms, they do not have cooking facilities. Are these long-term rental units or short-term? I do not know. What I mean is, in order to get the license, I think you might have to alter some of your plan to provide that common area.
Thank you, Ms. Chen, and through you, Madam Chair, yes. So pursuant to this variance request, should the committee decide to approve it, subject to the conditions of planning, one of the conditions is that we would have to proceed to gain a multi-tenant house bylaw license. And if there are other requirements that have to be satisfied pursuant to those regulations, then the plans would have to be revised. However, I submit to you that there wouldn't be any additional variances arising out of that. There could be a reduction in dwelling rooms to accommodate, for example, additional communal amenity facilities. And I understand there could be concern because of the size of the dwelling rooms, which all are in compliance with the zoning bylaw regulations B1 for the minimum size of a dwelling room. But there could be concern about use of this for short-term rentals, but through going to the multi-tenant house bylaw, a licensing approvals process that would make sure that this would never happen on this property.
Mr. Clay.
Sorry for, and thanks, Jim, for following up on that question. I will be honest, I am a little bit concerned about, the state of completeness post issuance of a stop work order, and equally concerned, not only that tenants are living in there without signing off from building department. So that's a pretty significant bold step by the owner to continue to do that in the face of not having any approval. So I'll just ask this question. I know the answer, but usually when we see a development bringing this kind of density or even a lot less, the applicant consults with the community, particularly in a situation where it's a semi, and has discussions and tries to both gain input, but also to hear and possibly address concerns of the community. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it. Did your applicant or did your client have any discussions with the community?
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do understand that my client had discussions with the councilor's office, also was in discussion with city planning, had discussions that I believe were probably not as amicable as desired between the neighbor to the north and other surrounding community members. And as such, that's why discussion was had with the city councilor's office. And yes, so then we are here now with the objections, but I do understand that the discussions were had. I don't think I can't speak to whether they were good or bad, but certainly from the submissions by the neighbors that have appeared here in concern that they voiced their how their discussions have proceeded with the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just make some of the comments first before I would consider a motion. I think there are a number of things that I'd like to just mention. One of them is, of course, the impact and the impact on the neighbor in particular. I must compliment almost all the people in opposition for their not only passionate comments, but also very well-researched information that they provided. The applicant suggested, and I think one of the people in opposition also indicated that our job is also to look at this application as if it were still to be undertaken. This doesn't mean that I would sort of ignore the stop work orders that were provided to the owner. Building a unit for from six folks, what's allowed as a 6-unit rooming house to 22 is absolutely astronomical in my view. That entire property has been overbuilt. And this without regard to any permissions. I just find this really quite, and I think that the notion of approving a project like this suggests to be that you set a precedent that will just be repeated. We have, in many cases, found it difficult to legalize somebody who might have enclosed a porch. This is not enclosing a porch. This is much more than that. And that's why I find this one really, I don't find difficulty in my mind in terms of what my decision would be. There's absolutely no soft landscaping. My surprise is that community planning hasn't commented. That to me is a bit of a surprise. The fact that the city councillor hasn't commented is not surprising. We don't expect them to. So I am definitely not inclined to supporting this particular application.
Ms. Chan.
I'd like to mention one comment about the planning department did not respond. Actually, they do. They have a staff report imposing 5 conditions. But despite of that, I'd like to have my own comment on this case. This is very unusual. I don't think we have actually considered an application like this before. A lot of things that the existing conditions we legalize are usually been there for a long time, which means it's a big deal because means that the degree of impact to the neighborhood is minimal or is much less. In my opinion, that we are looking for 2 variances. But number 1, I do not think committee adjustment can approve that because it's not minor. The second comment I'd like to make is that although we are not allowed to comment on the process, but this is a community thing too. I think that no wonder why there's so many oppositions, because I don't think that what has been done is fair to the community. And underpinning a semi-detached, I do not think that you can do without permits. I think it's just lack of due diligence on the applicant side. And I cannot support this application as it is. I think it's major change.
Mr. Clay.
Sure, I just agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues on this one. I think, as a committee and as the city's trying to encourage rooming houses, that's an important part of our rental stock and housing issues. There is a process for going through that, and this application has not even come close to following it. We shouldn't be seeing this kind of an application before us, before we have some input that suggests that they could get a license, that they meet all the fire codes, that they have discussed with neighbors, that they have looked at the rooming house bylaw and they conform, or at least marginally conform to it. There's a whole bunch of reasons why this application is in my view, unsupportable. I think we all like to see some more of this type of accommodation, but it has to be done appropriately. It has to be done in consultation with the surrounding neighborhood and in a way that actually tries to meet the framework within which city is trying to advance more of this type of accommodation. So for all those reasons that you guys have cited, for all the reasons, and I agree with the folks who spoke today and wrote in, did an extraordinarily good job of representing their case and pointing out some of the challenges with this application. So I'd like to commend them as well. But I similarly will not be supporting this application.
Okay, Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, not much else to add. I agree with my colleagues. And I think that it's important to note that we're not supposed to be focused on the process, but that was the biggest thing. And I think it's unfortunate that that it happened this way, because I think if it were done with the process as it is supposed to be followed, I think this could be a supportable application. Maybe not to this extent, but to a very similar extent. Because I think that the idea is right. It's just the execution is wrong. So it's unfortunate.
Ms. Chan?
So I would like to move for refusal.
All right, so I have a motion to refuse the application moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Item number 14, 22 Brookfield Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised zoning waiver, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision affecting the property. We have a staff report from planning asking for conditions, and that's in our supplemental agenda. Correspondence expressing concern and interest, number 26, and correspondence in opposition from 109 Fern. Do I have the agent on the line?
Member, Chair, Madam Chair, I'm here on behalf of the owners and the designer for this property. I'm at 537 Rogers Road. We're proposing to add a two-story addition to the back and then a third story on top of the existing dwelling.
Okay, bear with me 1 second, Mr. Perez. I just want to know if I have my opposition on the line. Okay, so I do have one speaker, so you have 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes to do a presentation.
Yeah, this application, as you can see, is straightforward. We have the landscaping at the front, which there isn't any pretty well because it's existing situation. The veranda and the walkout as existed, it's having a lot of water damage, so the owner is just rebuilding what's there, and we're actually improving it. We're bringing it into this his own property, whereas before the stairs were on a bit on the city property. So, and because there's not room to put any landscaping, planning agreed that we do that little part in the front, which is on public boulevard. We're going to put some green and add a tree to it. And then as for the landscaping at the back, there is no landscaping now because they drive in through the driveway. They do not go in through the laneway. So that their access is to the driveway. Technically right now they have no landscape, but we added that percentage there that you see green. So I told the owner to be in good interest to add some green to your space there. And the other part has to stay hard to get into the garages. And as for the variance, we have the length variance, which technically is only where the bay window is. The actual house is under 17 meters long. And many of the other variances are very minor in nature. The overall height is okay. and I feel that it meets the four tests, and it's a good project for this development. Thank you very much.
Okay, and you're aware of the planning report, right, for the soft
Yeah, we
sloping?
were in contact with them, and we've agreed what they wanted.
Okay.
There was also, through you, Madam Chair, a revised zoning notice. Is the agent revising his application?
Yeah, I have that. I'm looking at my own notes, actually, and but I think it's already removed. Mr. Perez?
Oh, yeah, one of the numbers for the GFA.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went smaller because we had drawn the elevation correctly, but the third floor plan was drawn off. We were notified about that, so we adjusted it. So it brought the GFA slightly down. So instead of 356.32, it became 350.48. And just to point out that we're allowed one times, but this house technically is only 0.78 if you were to not count the basement. They're counting the basement because of a few centimeters, because it's more above grade than it is below. So the basement is counting. If you did not count the basement, it would be 261 square meters. So if the basement on the calculations that are there, it's including the basement. So it's not a big development, and we're slightly over the one time anyway. But if
Okay,
you put up
so-
the elevation, I can show you on the
So as per the
elevation.
zoning notice, which variance are we changing?
Yeah, that's the one, number 12.
Hang on, number 12.
It became,
Oh, that's why I
50.
didn't go down far enough, sorry.
yeah, that's the one. And then it became 1.065 times,
Okay,
which is very slightly over the one. But like I said, if you didn't count the basement, we'd be at 0.782.
variance 12. No, that's not it. It's variance 13 on the notice. And what about variance 14? Is that deleted, the height one?
Yeah, the height one was deleted with, when we were
Yeah,
talking with
the
plan.
problem is the notice that went out still has this on it, so I need you to officially amend it, so.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
it went out. If you put out the side elevation, you'll see it's at 10 meters.
No, I just wanna make sure. So as per the
Yeah.
notice, you're deleting variance number 14.
That's
And
correct.
number 13, you're amending to 1.065 times, which equals 350.48 meters square. Is that right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so we're looking at the application as amended. And, okay, and then that all matches your revised plans, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, is there anything else you wanna add before I go to the opposition?
No, I will see what the opposition has to say, then I'll rebut. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hi, Anne, you've been unmuted.
Ms. Karpinzik, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, can you speak up? I can barely hear you.
Okay, all right, I will get closer. I was afraid that I would come out too loud.
I still can hardly hear you.
Okay, I will try to talk as loud as I can because I am getting feedback.
All
Can you
right.
hear me now?
Yeah, it's a struggle, but if you have any other devices going in the background, just maybe
Nope.
mute them.
No, I've shut off everything just for that reason.
Okay, it's better now. Okay.
Okay, I'll try to come speak closer.
Yeah,
So,
great. So
I
just,
did
I
submit-
need your name and address for the record before we
Yes.
start the clock.
Yes, it's Ann Karpinchik, and I'm at 109 Fern Avenue.
Alrighty.
So I submitted a letter of opposition primarily based on light blockage to the back of the property. So I would like to say that the site plan that was submitted doesn't show our property, so I think it could be misleading. I submitted a blown-up survey as diagram A, so clearly you can see the back patio area, how it will be impacted by the build to the rear addition. And please note that the walkway shown is only 10 feet wide, so the patio area is really the main usable outside space. So in terms of history, I think the house was built in the 1890s and it's still in its original place. When 22 was built, the applicant, they decided to build right up to the lot line. I think they weren't supposed to, but they did. So for over 69 years, our property has had light in the back patio area. And if COVID has taught us anything, it's that we're all in need of the outdoor space available to us. The proposed 3-story back addition is basically like an apartment height wall or monolith going up tight to our property. And it's going to block out all the light, making it in shade, total shade, into the back patio area. And that, of course, is going to diminish enjoyment of the space. I propose the COA suggest a rethink for the back extension so as not to encroach on the beautiful natural light of the back patio. And beside the diagram A with the bubble, so you can see the patio area, we did submit a photograph which we tried to get by leaning against number 26 and looking up, and we couldn't even get all of the height to show what that mass is going to be. So that's basically the main concern, and there's a possibility of another generation being there, and it's going to impact the space and the light, which is so important for us.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Perez, you there?
Story addition that's there. We're proposing a modest 2-story addition. Like I said, we're not over the length. Only the bay window makes it go over the length. It's very shallow, not a deep house. We still have quite a bit of rear yard. The impact is going to be a minimal because we're only adding an extra floor on top, which is allowed. And we're going in line with the existing house that's there. And the variances are minor in nature, as per my understanding, as well as planning. Planning just asked for a few minor adjustments, and we accommodated the adjustments that they wanted. And like I said earlier, the house is, just because of a couple inches, we're counting as being the basement as GFA. If they took that out, or if we underpin an extra 5 inches, that number would go away. So we're very small. It's not a big house whatsoever. And I feel that it's in keeping with the area and its minor nature, and it's typical in that area. There's a lot of 3-story houses and with a lot higher numbers than what we have. Thank you very much. I hope you understand my point of view. Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Perez? Ms. Chen?
Just to clarify, you have a laneway at the back. Is that a private one that you cannot go to the garage through the laneway?
Yeah, because when they built the garage, they built it going in through the driveway. So there is no overhead doors in the laneway, and they're close to the laneway property line as well. There is no overhead doors in the laneway. And I had told my client that they have to add some green in the back because it's not it shouldn't be all hard surface. So that's why we added that green to accommodate also the planning, and it's good for the environment as well.
Okay, but the laneway, can you use the laneway, or is it not, you're not allowed to use it? Is it like?
You could use the laneway, but there is no overhead doors on the laneway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone have any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I think that this is a reasonable application. I understand the concerns of the neighbor to the north, but the length that's being sought here is just very, very minorly over what's permitted. And in addition, the length variance really just applies to a 2-story portion. So I think the applicant has made some effort to step that down in the back to lessen the impact of the addition. And I think the third story is in keeping with the neighborhood. And the bulk of the remaining variances being requested are very small items, I think almost trivial. And I think that the condition put forward by planning does make a material difference on the street frontage, and I think that helps out. So I'm happy to move a motion of approval subject to the planning condition.
I saw Mr. Bayat's hand up and Ms. Chan. Now, do you have comments? Either Mr. Bayat, go ahead. You had it up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. I think I feel for the comments made by the immediate neighbor, but I also note that it's unfortunately in her circumstance, I believe it's number 26, has part of that property juts out into the property of number 24, which kind of presents a real headache for that particular property. So, 22, as Mr. Reid has mentioned, the application, I believe, is supportable. But it's unfortunate that I think for number 24, they've got this additional structure in the backyard.
Ms. Chan, did you have something else to add?
Yes, I agree with all the variances. I can support it. I think that they are mainly minor in nature. The reason why I want to comment is that I wish they can have the access to the garage from the laneway so that they can maybe increase the soft landscaping in the rear yard, which they have a deficiency there. But on the whole, I think this is a reasonable proposal. I can support that with the planning.
Okay, Mr. Reid, did you want to go ahead then?
Yes, please. I move a motion for approval of the application subject to the planning conditions.
Okay, as amended with the deletion of variance 14 and variance 13 is amended to 1.065 times, which equals 350.48 meters square.
Yes,
Yep.
please.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat? So the motion's moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 1593 Waverley. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent, correspondence from 91 expressing concern, that's the adjacent property, opposition from 86A, 86, 92 Waverley, and another one with no name or address provided. I'm showing one opposition speaker. Do we have the speaker? There's two? Oh, sorry, yeah, there's two opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Nicholas, you've been unmuted.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, committee. After our final review, we would just like to take a look at our variances, and we would like to eliminate number 2, which is the maximum permitted building depth is 17 meter. The new building will have a depth of 17.17. We will eliminate that one. And as a result, that will take our FSI from 250.16 square meters down to 248 square meters, which would be a 93% FSI.
Okay, so, you're deleting variance number 2. Variance
Yes.
number 3, it's going to be 93%, like 0.93 at 248 meters square? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I do have opposition speakers. Has anybody, has the neighbor seen this at all, or have you discussed these changes with the neighbor at all, or not?
No, as we get through the presentation,
Okay.
we had.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if they already knew, or if this is just being put to them now. So, okay, we'll
No,
start.
this was the last moment, last thing.
Okay, well, in the future, it would be really good if you could take a bit of time ahead of time and, you know, do it before you come to committee, but we're gonna start.
Completely agree.
Yeah, it would really make things a lot easier for everybody, and probably save you some opposition, hopefully. But anyway, we're gonna start the clock now. You'll have 5 minutes, and then I'll go to the opposition speakers.
Great, thank you. Currently, there's an existing 3-story home on the lot. We have worked with the homeowners to create a home that we feel conforms to the neighborhood character and is designed with setbacks not to be intrusive. If the committee doesn't mind bringing up our supporting documents, diagram number 1 in our supporting documents. There we go, thank you. So number 1 is the first one, please. Before that, the grid. Graph, yes, thank you. So we are asking for 0.93 FSI, which is a modest 248 meters square. I would like to mention that there are 2 large areas that are 2-story openings that contribute to our FSI total, as well a portion of the garage has been included in our FSI. As you can see by previous approvals, however, we are not setting precedents on the street. If we don't mind going to diagram number 2. Thank you. The red line represents our allowable building shell. If you recall, by eliminating variance number 2, the length, we are no longer extending beyond the red line. To the south, we are complying with our setback. On the north of number 4, our number 4 variance was triggered because we are proposing windows at the rear of the home, as you'll see in blue. That's a 1.22 meter setback from the lot, which is allowed. However, by proposing the windows, it triggered the side variance for the setback to be 0.9 instead of 0.45 like the south. Now, the portion of the home highlighted in green has no windows and would regularly comply if not for the windows further on the setback blue area at the rear. I also want to mention the green proposed setback is at 0.62, not 0.45. And this is as a result of an agreement between the neighbors to mutually share a 3-foot walkway between the houses. Lastly, regarding the massing of the house, the 3rd floor, you can see the yellow is a pitched roof and a flat area. That conforms, and the 3rd floor setback is at 4.19 meters from the front of the house. If you don't mind to go to diagram number 3, regarding variance number 1, height of the sidewall, we are not exceeding the overall height allowed if this were a sloped or mansard roof design. The red line represents the allowable. The front elevation in blue conforms while each other color represents a setback. If you take a look at the side elevation of the red line that conforms, while the blue does stick out, please remember that this is a pitched roof and does conform. If you see the orange and pink line, again, you will see how far back the 3rd floor is situated. At the rear, we have a slight setback. While the diagram shows the top corner peeking out of the allowable, now that we have removed variance 2 and will shorten the house, this will now situate within the allowable shell. In conclusion, we feel that we have designed a considerate proposal that's massing and setbacks are sensitive to the character of the area and its impact on the street view. We have worked within the zoning shell with carefully designed cutbacks within the massing and feel this, with this, it is meeting the 4 tests. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the first speaker?
Hi, Lisa, you've been unmuted.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Lisa Horrocks, and I've lived at 86 Waverley Road since 1991, and our house is directly over the road from the property. The new owners and applicants have clearly designed their dream house, which they are now planning on building at 93. I fully respect that everyone sees with different eyes and that we all have a different vision of our ideal home. In fact, I actually find that this is part of the character and charm of our beach neighborhood because we have an eclectic mix of house forms and styles. However, I find that the new owners of 93 have proposed a house that will definitely have a negative impact upon our immediate neighborhood. I'm thus objecting to a number of aspects of the application for the redevelopment of the lot, which I view as displaying kind of like minimal regard for the immediate neighborhood. Further to this point, although we really appreciated that the new owners and applicants visited us and other neighbors advising us that their renovations would take many months, we were surprised and disappointed on receiving the public hearing notice that the property is actually a full demolition and redevelopment rather than a renovation. Also, a further disappointment has been seeing that the COA notice has not even been placed in a manner that's accessible and viewable. This is in contrast to the neighbors at 95 Waverley who have properly and respectfully placed their COA notice for passers-by to read. My additional concern is that there's no front porch evidenced in the drawings that were provided, as stated in the purpose of application section of the notice of hearing. It clearly states that there is a front porch to be built. So with respect to variance number 1, I have an objection to the requested 9.52 meter height of the main walls. I really view this as being too high in relation to the neighboring properties and too high in relation to the streetscape of Waverley. When also factoring in the width of the proposed dwelling, which goes pretty close to the lot line, it will obstruct the view of Kew Gardens forest canopy for a number of the houses that are on the west side of the street. Variance 3, the requested floor space index of 0.94, which I hear now is 0.93, is the especially concerning variance to me. I regard the current design for the dwelling as being much better suited for a larger lot than the one that's been purchased. The large massing of the new dwelling unit, which comes close to filling the width of the lot, and of course the entire frontage, will be in direct contrast, especially to the neighboring property south of it, 91 Waverley Road. 91 Waverley is a much photographed house as it embodies the appeal of the neighborhood. And I also have a concern that there will be damage to the structural integrity of 91 Waverley. And the new 93 Waverley Road dwelling unit plans incorporate a much, much deeper excavation for its basement level than the regular surrounding basement. The depth to the top of the basement slab will be a full 11 feet below grade. And then below this, of course, we've got the slab and then the footings going down even more. So I really sincerely hope that there is a coordination and great diligence present regarding the excavation's impact upon 91 Waverley. Variance 4, in terms of the side yard setback, I hear that there has been an agreement now with 95 Waverley. The whole neighborhood knew that there were discussions underway, and that's a good thing. But there is also not mentioned that there is any variance requested for the south side, but it's a 0.45 distance. Surely, because it is a demolition of the current building, that 0.9 meter setback would apply. So it's good to hear that now the neighbors at 95 Waverley Road are going to have access to the outdoor spaces of their property. As my living situation at 86 Waverley, it's very frustrating constantly because of the very tight space in between us and the neighbors to the south. So I was really empathizing with the folks at 95, but I'm glad to hear that that's now been resolved. So, I mean, to end off, I mean, I just have a really hard time with demolishing and sending into the waste stream the current renovated, recently renovated 3-story, 2-unit detached home It's harsh. It's a very
you-
hard thing to cope with. I know it's not within the realm of this
No, I was
committee.
gonna
I'm
say
sorry. I just
you're
wanted to
over
share it though.
5 minutes. I need you to wrap up now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the last one now. Yep. So I'm also concerned that one of the 2 units on the property will now be lost from the rental market stream because that was a 2-unit property before. So thank you very much for your the time today and hearing my objections and concerns. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Do you have the next one?
Just wait.
Okay.
Hi, Norma. You've been unmuted, and you can turn on your video if you wish.
Oh, okay. Shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead. Are you turning your video on, or you can go without it? That's fine. It's up to you.
Yes, I've started it, but nothing seems to have happened.
It's not working, but anyway, you can go ahead without it. So we just need your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Norma Burrows, and I'm the owner of number 91 Waverley Road, which is adjacent to number 93 on the south side, and I've lived here with my family since 1994. The first thing, and I think Lisa already addressed some of the things that I was going to say, but the first thing that concerns me about the proposed new house is the depth of the basement. The plans show that it will be dug down to over 11 feet. Lisa's already said this, but probably more if you include the concrete slab underneath. And my basement is much higher than that. And I'm extremely concerned that the demolition and construction will surely damage the foundations of my house, which is a traditional beach cottage, around 100 years old, I believe. And apparently it was moved from the lakeshore many years ago by the city when they expropriated the land by the beach to extend Kew Gardens and build a boardwalk. I would want to be shown their structural intention in that I would be given assurance that my house is not going to fall down, and that if that were to happen, there would be insurance to cover the damage. My next concern is the side setback to my property. As far as I can see from the plans, the proposed distance between our 2 houses is 0.45 meters. And the minimum distance required by the zoning bylaw is 0.9 meters. This actually is not mentioned in the 4 requested variances, only mentioned on the north side. And I would therefore object to that variance and want a bit more clarification. Finally, I want to mention variances 1 and 3. On page A8 of the plans, the proposed height of the dwelling is listed as 10 meters, which the plan states as the maximum allowed height. But according to the zoning bylaw, the maximum permitted height is only 7.5 meters. So I found this a bit misleading. In variance 3, according to the same bylaw, the maximum permitted floor space is 0.6 times the area of the lot. And the new dwelling would be the architect said that it would be now 0.93 times the area of the lot. Neither of these 2 requested variances appear to me to be minor. While I understand and appreciate the new owner's desire to build their perfect family home, I feel that the proposed plans, though admirable, are rather top-heavy for quite a small lot. I also find it hard to accept the demolition of a beautifully and lovingly renovated house in perfect condition that is very much in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. That's all I had to say, and thank you very much for letting me air my views and concerns today.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for Ms. Burrows? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, can I have the agent back on the line?
Hello?
Hi. Can you speak to the issues raised, and we'll restart the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, to the first speaker, I just wanted to, number 86, I think maybe they mix it up with 95. I know next door is going in for a renovation. We've been working on this, the design for this home for nearly a year now, and it's been a new construction for the entire time. So I don't know where the miscommunication came from. As for notices being posted in the window, the C of A has our photo and it's recorded in the file. That's just part of the process. I would like to just speak to number 91 to Norma. You know, I understand that, you know, we've been doing this for a while, so, you know, neighbors can be nervous when certain constructions can be happening right next door to them. As for the setback, you know, we are complying to the, we don't have a variance on that side because we are complying to what's allowed. And it is an improved situation considering what's existing there, which is basically right on the lot line, only a few millimeters away. And, you know, as for structural and engineering, like as part of building code, everything is necessary in order, you know, in order to build this, you know, the proper shoring and the proper engineering will be in place. That's nothing that I can, that's out of my pay grade, so to say. That's just part of the rules. So that's something that, you know, hopefully can give her a little bit of peace of mind. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Mr. Clay, you look very serious. Did you have a question?
Thanks, Chair. No, I was just trying to understand the third floor a little bit better. There is a balcony up there. And then there is a garden, what's labeled as a garden right next to it. So that balcony is accessible from the third story, I guess?
Yes, sir.
And
the idea
is it screened?
The sides we would, so at the front of the garden balcony, the peak would cover part of it. And at the sides, screening, pretty much that's a building code issue that it would have to be screened.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Clay, you're okay with that response?
I think so, Chair.
Okay.
I reserve the right to come back in a couple minutes, but
well,
I think...
I mean, there's no more questions, so we're coming into committee, so it's now or never. Or Mr. Bayat, you have a question?
Just one quick one on the site plan as well. There's a proposed paver driveway. Is that proposal for permeable pavers?
What do we have? So we have it as proposed driveway, like proposed paver. I would imagine that as part of our design, I would imagine that it would be permeable. That's what we usually use. If you would want to put that in as a condition, we don't have any issue with that.
Thank you.
All right, let's take it into committee then. Ms. Chan?
Oh, the condition that putting permeable material on the driveway, I think the rest consider them to be minor in nature, and I will support this application.
Mr. Bayat?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so the motion then is for the amended application with the deletion of variance number 2, variance number 3 being amended to 0.93 times coverage, which equals 248 meters square, and a condition for permeable pavers on the driveway. Okay, and so that's moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 16, 136 Pickering Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as previous decisions affecting this property. I only show the agent as a speaker, and we have 2 variances before us, panel members. Do I have the agent on the line?
Oh, I'm the agent. Well,
Hi, Mr. Calderon? Hello?
hello, hi there.
Hi.
Hi there. This is Blaine Calderon. I'm the agent for this file.
Okie doke. Panel members, do you need a presentation? No? Do you have any questions for Mr. Calderon? Mr. Bayat?
Just a quick response to variance number 2. What's triggering that?
Chapter. We have front yard landscape area that we're proposing is only 51% soft.
Is that existing situation?
Correct. Everything you're seeing on this plan is an existing condition. We're seeking to make it legal existing or non-conforming.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, sir, we're ready to take it into committee for a decision. Anything you want to add?
Just that it's an existing condition and we don't want to put any more hardship on the client. It's mainly the stair width. We're seeking that additional 13 centimeters over the required 2-meter bylaw. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward and application. I don't think the variances are in any way out of line. I'd be quite happy to propose approval of this motion.
All right, do I have a
This
second?
application, sorry.
Yeah, do I have a second or Mr. Reed? So a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 17, 535 Vaughan Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from the agent, as well as an arborist report prepared by Al Miley and Associates, parking justification study prepared by Next Trans Consulting Engineers, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation and a staff report from transportation asking for conditions. And I am showing one speaker with concern. Do we have that person? Yep, okay. Mr. Larson, are you there?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me okay?
I can. If you can just identify.
So I'm Benjamin Larson.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm Benjamin Larson. I'm actually the agent.
okay. I do have one person speaking in opposition. So if you can do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes.
Certainly, and if you could put up the presentation slide that I submitted to the panel before we start the timer.
While they're doing that, you are aware of the transportation report, right?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And you're okay with restoring the curb cut, et cetera?
That's fine. If that's attached as a condition, that would be okay.
Okay.
So if I could have page 1 of my presentation, or page 2 of my presentation put up.
Page 2 of your presentation.
It's not this, but it should be the PDF I submitted on August 12th. I think it's uploaded on the file.
The covering letter? No, I don't.
No, it should be
in the sup.
a 16-page PDF. Yeah, that's correct. Page 2. There we are. Process and communications on page 2. And at the bottom right corner, I have page numbers. So if we go to page 2, if we go up one to.
Oh yeah, 17. Which page do you?
Yeah, this is correct. And on the bottom right corner, there's numbers. This is page 4.
Yeah, is this the
five.
page
If
you
go
want or
back to
number
page
2?
2? Number 2, please.
Page 2.
So if you go
Okay.
up 2 more.
Can you go up a page?
There we go. Process and communication. So I just want to quickly touch upon process. The owner submitted a zoning review, which the variances are based on. We also met with city planning and the local ward councillor to present the proposed triplex. And then followed by that, we submitted to the C of A. So before you, you have a minor variance application with 7 variances that are necessary to allow this 3-story triplex. And regarding communications, as you noted, there's a transportation report by NextTrans in support of the variances. And then related to the parking related minor variances, there is a memo from City Transportation indicating no issues with it. And then there's a memo from Permits and Enforcement indicating no objection, as well as indicating the condition about restoring the curb. If I could have the next page, please. This will show an air photo of the site on the next page of the presentation. And on the right side of the image, on page 3, if we can just advance, there's an air photo. The site will be outlined in blue once we get that up. And you'll note 2 things. The site is irregular in shape. It's triangular, and it has considerable frontage along 2 streets. There we are on the right side. So there it is on the right. And if we can go on the next page, please. This shows a site photo of the site. I just want to make the point that it's vacant. It's in rundown state. That's how the owner bought it. And they saw it as an opportunity to build something new that would frame the corner, as I will show next with the next page, please, with a new 3-story triplex on the next page, please. And this will show you a rendering of the project. Again, on the next page, you can just see that the building is shaped by the irregular lot. Can I get the next page, please? And then, ahead. There we are. So that's the rendering of the proposal. So you can see that it is shaped by the irregular lot. And in my opinion, it will fill this kind of missing gap along Vaughan Road, and it's within a form that represents kind of a gentle intensification. If I can get the next page, please, page 6. This is another view of the project. Again, you can see to the left of it is an existing 3-story or a 2-story apartment, and then to the right of it is an institutional building. It's a former school that's on the south side of Alameda. And you'll see in my planning report there was a review of the context along Vaughan Road, and there is a mix of building types. If I can have the next page, yeah, this is correct. This page here, this is from my planning report. Oh, we just go ahead to the next page, which shows the color-coded property map, and that will show you the various. Can we just go forward 1 page, please? This will show the various uses and building types along Vaughan Road, which include detached, semi-detached townhouse, apartment, multiple unit, mixed use, non-residential, institutional. This is the correct one. Institutional in the blue color, non-residential in the red. There's vacant in the gray, and there's also a park. So there's a variety of uses that exist along there. And this is relevant to the dwelling, or to the building type variance that we were seeking. And also, we found there to be a mix in the plan context as well. If I can go 1 slide forward. This uses the official plan land use map as a base. You can see the site is circled in the blue. If we go forward 1 page, please. It's circled in the blue, the site, and to the left of it is a mixed-use area shown by the red. Once you get to that slide, you'll see, which allows as-of-right zoning height of up to 5 stories. And to the right, once we get to that slide, you'll see irregular blue shape, which represents a SASP that allows 6 stories in height. So there at this page. And all of this is along Vaughan Road, which is a major street in the City of Toronto official plan with a plan right-of-way width of 20 meters. If we could just skip ahead 1 slide. On this slide, we overlaid development activity occurring along or existing along Vaughan. We found heights in the range of 3 to 7 stories, FSIs in the range of 1.2 to 2.22. And that's relevant to the FSI being sought today, which is 1.68. And then you can see there's pictures of all this development activity on the slide. If we can go forward 1 page, please. This page will just demonstrate the architectural fit of the proposed triplex. You can see in the top left is, once we get to it, is the proposal. And then the 4 subsequent photos are renderings of recent development activity within the vicinity. So you can see that the owner is looking for more of a contemporary architectural style with a materiality that's supposed to fit and contribute to diversity. The next page, please. And contribute to the diversity along the street. If we can just skip ahead to page 15 before I wrap up. Page 15. Well, what you'll see there is just a bit of an illustration regarding the setback variances. And you'll note once we get to it.
You're wrapping up now, right?
Yeah, I just would like to speak to the...
Yeah, because we're way behind, so if you can...
Exactly.
We're going to have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Okay, well, Exactly. I mean, this is the one I was looking for. Do I have a moment to chat on this, or do you want to move on?
So you can, you'll have another 5 minutes when you come back after we hear from the opposition.
So let's do that then. That's fine.
Yeah.
So that's the gist of what
Just
we're-
ask
thank you.
us, we'll put it back up or we'll leave it up for now.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do you have the speaker?
Hi, Eduardo and Stephane, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. This is Steph DeVay, so I'll speak on behalf of both of us. Thank you for the presentation. We are the owners of the adjacent property, 537 Vaughan Road. We're largely supportive of this project. We do think it'll, improve the neighborhood, but we do have some minor concerns, principally related to the spacing between 539 and 537, I believe are the two addresses. Essentially, the proposed building is quite tall. There are quite a number of windows on our house, on all the floors, and we are concerned with the level of light entering the property, the different rooms. We're also concerned with the amount of space to walk between the properties. Right now, the fence of the vacant, within the vacant lot, there is a large hole, I guess, where the foundation used to be, and the fence surrounding that has been, encroaching onto our property for the last year and a half or so, making the walkway between the two properties smaller. The hole is also a little bit, it's been full of slowly accumulating garbage over time, and I mean, I understand that's the nature of a vacant lot, but that leads me to my second concern, which is just to ensure minimum disruption, given the fact that the lot hasn't been kept up and maintained over the last year and a half, and it'd be great if that could be addressed so that during the construction period there was as little disruption as possible.
Okay, well, let's see, those are things the committee doesn't have control over, but let's see if the agent can, commit to discussing with you and give you a place to contact if there is some disruption. Okay, are you there, Mr. Larson? And actually, before I go, members, do you have any questions of the speaker? No? Okay. You there, Mr. Larson?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. So if you can just address.
So if you could just.
What was raised? Do you want that? Do you want that picture back up, or do you want something else?
Yeah, that would be actually relevant to the discussion by Eduardo. So if we could add that page 15.
Yeah, there, that one, right? Okay, go ahead.
Yep, page of the supplemental. If you go to the page 15.
Yeah, it's
not
up.
this slide, but okay, so this slide shows the green around the building. So basically, in response to Eduardo's comments regarding this being too tall, I want to note that there is no height-related minor variance. It's actually below the as-of-right height. Regarding the large degree of windows facing north, 539 Vaughan, I want to make the point that the windows facing north are predominantly limited to stairwells, where you get into the upper units. They're not for bedrooms. There is one window on the top left facing north, but it is from a den. It's not a bedroom. And so I just want to make the point that windows have been limited facing the 539 Vaughan Road property. Regarding space in between, I want to make the point that the actual setback variance to the north is 1.37 meters proposed versus the 1.8 meters required. So it only represents a deficiency of about 43 centimeters, which in my opinion was pretty minor. And the other point is, as you can see here by the arrow in between the two buildings, the setback on the proposed triplex was intended to mirror the setback of 539 Vaughan. So it's basically very similar to what exists at 539 Vaughan in terms of separation or setback. Regarding the space at grade, the 1.37 meters is suitable to do a walkway and pedestrian circulation. Typically, sidewalks in the public right-of-way require a 2.1 meter clearway, so this is fine for a private property access for a minor walkway to get into the building, and it obviously mirrors the exact same setback that is at 539 Vaughan. Regarding garbage, this has been designed, if you look at the ground floor, I'm not asking you to go to it now, but the ground floor includes an interior room where garbage will be stored, so it's organized in an orderly manner. And regarding construction, it is the owner's intent to build this as quickly as possible, but he did do a recent fourplex just to the west at 206 Oakwood, and he was engaged with relevant neighbors. So if we could get in touch with me, I can put you in touch with him, and you guys can have kind of an open connection point as he builds this project, should the committee choose to approve it today. So those are all my responses. Thank you.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? All right, we don't have any other questions, so we're going to take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay?
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to start on this one. I think this is an excellent reuse of an underutilized lot in an area that I think can quite capably accommodate additional density. I thought the design was quite admirable, just the way it was oriented to the street and to the adjacent neighbor. The variances before us are all really quite minor, and I don't think it would have any negative impact. I wanted to acknowledge the presentation material. It was very helpful for all of us to understand the context for this development, and particularly the rather eclectic land uses in and around Vaughan Street or on Vaughan, both commercial and residential. So I don't think this would have an adverse impact at all. In fact, I think it would make a major contribution to this neighborhood. So I'd like to move approval of this application subject to transportation conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so motion to approve, including the conditions in the August 10th transportation report, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? This carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 18, 177 Christie Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees, and we have email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any concerns. Okay, I only have the agent listed as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
My name is Nolan Bentley. I'm with D&H Architects. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't think we need a presentation. I'm just going to see if the members have questions. Okay, there don't appear to be any questions, sir, so we're ready to take it into committee. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we have?
Not too much. I just do want to say that we did try to, with community planning, to add parking to the site, but there was an access on Christie Street was not permitted, so we were unable to. In terms of the encroachment, the canopy that's encroaching on is just to cover the existing doorway. And the rest of the variances are related to the existing building that has been there for 100 years, as long as the congregation has been on the site.
Okay.
I guess also I would say that this is a project to make the building accessible as much as it is to grow the building to accommodate the existing congregation.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Chan, do you have a question, or can we, okay, so we're in committee then, go ahead.
Yes, I think this is a very straightforward, and also it's a very good project because the accessibility make the church accessible. And I have no problem. I would like to move for approval with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. And the final item for the morning agenda is 47 Lankin Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from planning, we actually got, we have forestry asking for condition number 1. We did get a late staff report from planning asking for a condition. I believe that variance number 4 now goes to 9.3 meters, and to tie it to plans, that's their condition. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Pamela, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee members.
Hi.
My name is Pamela Pan. I'm the agent and also the designer.
Hi, Pamela. I know that the conditions for planning, and you're aware of them, but I need you to officially make the revision. I believe variance number 4 needs to change to 9.3 meters.
Yes.
Okay, so you're making that revision then?
Yes.
All right. I don't think we need a full presentation, but I'll see if the panel members have any questions for you. Anybody have any questions? All right, Ms. Penn, there don't appear to be any questions. We're actually ready to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that you feel is important for us to know that's not in the materials before we go into committee?
Yes, I think that if it's possible, I would like to add the front driveway and pavement with permeable material.
Okay, so you would be amenable to us put a condition in for permeable pavers for the front driveway?
Yes.
For the for all of the front hard surface?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Okay, anything else?
And another thing is that I want to just repeat myself, and from the supporting material that, let me see which page, that shows how we come up our building height. And could we see that, that page A2? Let me see if
That
page
one,
A2.
Is that it?
Oh, actually, no, page A3.
The next page? Okay.
Yeah, and it shows, you know, the ceiling height breakdown. The garage ceiling is 7'8", and the ground floor ceiling height, ground floor actually ceiling height is 9'9". Oh no, sorry, that is the 96. So the lower one, ceiling height notes at 47 Lankin Boulevard. Our garage height, building ceiling height is 7 feet 8 inches. Ground floor ceiling height is 9 feet. This is really normal, not 10, not 11. And the second floor ceiling height, because due to the slope roof, it is the highest point is 8 feet, and the lowest point is 6 feet 6 inches. So there's nothing, more than the basic what needed for. And also that I want to point out that first page and showing the GFI from the zoning review notice, it looks really horrible. It's like 1.05. And the reason is because we have 2-car garage, built-in garage, and nowadays the underground garage is not allowable. So the whole ground floor area is lifted up, and then the basement area is calculated as GFI. But if you see the right side, without basement, the GFI is only 0.73. That's what all I want to emphasize.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just trying to be rushed. I know you are late.
No, that's fine. So panel members, no questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Any comments, Mr. Bayat?
Just to say that the application with the revisions seem quite reasonable. And I just want to compliment the agent, also the architect, for proposing right off the bat that a condition for permeable pavers be applied. It's nice to see there's some forward thinking. I don't believe there's a forestry 1 condition and of course a planning condition that applies to variance 4, which I think has been corrected now.
Yeah, so we're looking at the application as amended.
As amended, I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve as amended with forestry number 1 condition as well, and the permeable paver condition.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the application moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay, including forestry condition number 1. Variance number 4 has been revised to 9.3 meters, a condition for all front hardscape to be permeable pavers, and the condition in the planning email. Okay, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Larry. Okay, so that concludes the morning session. Okay, panel members, we'll take a break for 45 minutes. So we'll be back at, okay, let's say 2:40. Just, it's 4 minutes more, but let's say 2:40. Okay, so everybody, we are running behind. If you're listening, I think staff will put a message up that we'll start the afternoon session at 2:40 with item 20, which is 12 Normandy Boulevard. So the committee stands adjourned till 2:40.